What if I told you that tonight, you'll discover the most dangerous monsters in the Witcher world aren't the ones with claws and fangs, but the ones that live inside human hearts, and that sometimes the greatest magic comes not from casting spells, but from choosing to understand instead of destroy? Hello, my dear monster scholars and seekers of ancient wisdom. It's Abby. Welcome back to another evening of magical chronicles and mystical adventures. You know, in our world of ordinary days and predictable routines, we often forget that the most powerful magic isn't found in grimoires or spellbooks, but in the simple act of choosing compassion over fear, understanding over hatred, and wisdom over the easy comfort of prejudice. Tonight, we're stepping into the ancient and mysterious world of the Witcher, where magic flows through every forest like lifeblood, where creatures of legend roam the countryside with purposes and stories we've never bothered to learn, and where the line between monster and hero isn't drawn by what you look like, but by what you choose to do when nobody else is watching. So before you settle into your most comfortable position for this epic journey, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to our channel, but only if you genuinely love these magical chronicles we explore together. And I'd love to know in the comments, what's your favorite mythical creature from any story, and what do you think we could learn if we stopped fearing them and started listening to what they have to teach us? Now light a candle if you have one nearby, maybe brew some chamomile tea or warm milk with honey. Pull your softest blanket close and let's journey together into the northern kingdoms where witches walk paths older than memory, where every creature has a tale worth telling, and where the greatest adventures begin when we choose curiosity over fear. Tonight isn't just about monsters and magic, though we'll encounter plenty of both in the most unexpected ways. This is about your discovery of what makes the Witcher world so endlessly compelling and meaningful. You'll walk alongside those who have dedicated their lives to understanding creatures that others dismiss as evil, experience the wonder of magic that flows not from domination but from connection, and discover that the most powerful spells are the ones that change hearts and minds rather than the ones that destroy. You're about to become part of something extraordinary. 4 interconnected chronicles await you, each one revealing deeper truths about the nature of monstrosity and magic, about what it means to be human in a world full of beings we don't understand, and about the courage it takes to see beyond the surface of things to the heart that beats underneath. We'll begin in the ancient fortress of Kaer Morhen, where young witches learn that knowledge is more powerful than any silver sword. Then we'll venture to a hidden sanctuary, where the impossible becomes everyday reality, as monsters and humans live together in harmony that most people believe could never exist. Our journey will take us alongside scholars and mages who study the deepest mysteries of magic and monsterkind, seeking answers to questions that could change how the world sees everything. And finally, we'll meet the keepers of ancient wisdom, the guardians of knowledge so old and so important that they've dedicated their eternal existence to preserving it for future generations who might be wise enough to understand. Tonight, you'll discover that magic isn't about power over others, but connection with all living things. You'll learn that monsters aren't born but created by fear and misunderstanding. You'll understand that the greatest witches aren't the ones who kill the most creatures, but the ones who save the most lives by teaching people that what we fear is often what we simply don't understand. The wind is picking up through the mountain passes of Kaer Morhen, carrying with it the scent of ancient magic and the promise of wisdom that could change everything you thought you knew about heroes and monsters. The gates of the old fortress are opening, and inside, instructors wait who will challenge every assumption you've ever made about good and evil, about strength and weakness, about what it truly means to protect the innocent. Are you ready to discover that the most dangerous monsters might be the ones we create with our own hatred and fear? Are you prepared to learn that the greatest magic comes not from spells and potions, but from the simple choice to see the humanity in every creature we encounter? Then take my hand, pull that blanket a little closer, and let's step together into a world where understanding is the greatest weapon, where compassion is the most powerful magic, and where every monster has a story that might just change your heart forever. Welcome to the Witcher Bestiary Chronicles, where magic and monsters teach us the most important lesson of all, that true strength comes not from what we can destroy, but from what we choose to protect and preserve. The adventure begins now. Your heart pounds like a war drum against your ribs as you approach the ancient fortress of Kaer Morhen for the very first time, its weathered stone towers rising from the mountain mist like the bones of some sleeping giant that has watched over these valleys for centuries beyond counting. The path beneath your feet is worn smooth by generations of boots, each step echoing the footsteps of countless others who have walked this same route toward their destiny, toward transformation, toward understanding that will change everything they thought they knew about the world and their place in it. The massive iron gates stand open before you, but their welcome feels both inviting and ominous, as if they're saying that everyone who passes through will emerge as someone fundamentally different from who they were when they entered. The stone walls are older than any kingdom you know, carved by hands that understood magic in ways that have been almost forgotten, built to last through ages when the world itself might change beyond recognition. Your acceptance letter crinkles slightly in your sweating palm, the parchment bearing the seal of the School of the Wolf, the words promising an education unlike anything available anywhere else in the known world. Even now, standing in the shadow of the legendary fortress, part of you can barely believe this is real, that you've been chosen to learn the ancient arts of monster lore and magical understanding that most people only whisper about in taverns and around late-night fires. The mountain air is crisp and clean, carrying scents you've never experienced before. There's the sharp tang of rare herbs growing in the courtyard gardens, plants that exist nowhere else because they require the unique magical saturation that permeates every stone of Kaer Morhen. Mixed with that is the metallic scent of well-maintained weapons and the earthier smell of old books and aged parchment, creating an atmosphere that speaks of serious study and dedicated training. But underneath all of that, there's something else. Something that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up with recognition of magic so old and powerful that it seems to have seeped into the very foundations of the fortress. This is a place where the boundaries between the mundane and the magical have worn thin, where centuries of witcher training and monster study have created an environment where impossible things become routine. The sound of practice swords ringing against wooden targets drifts from the training yards, mixed with voices calling out instructions and encouragement in languages both familiar and foreign. But there's something different about the rhythm of the combat training, something more measured and thoughtful than the brutal efficiency you expected. These aren't soldiers learning to kill, but scholars learning to understand, students mastering arts that require both physical skill and deep wisdom. As you pass through the gates, you notice details that challenge every story you've ever heard about witcher schools. The courtyard is filled not just with weapon racks and training equipment, but with carefully tended gardens where rare plants grow in neat rows, their magical properties carefully catalogued and studied. Books lie open on stone benches where students have been reading in the mountain sunlight, their pages filled with detailed drawings of creatures and careful notes about behavior and habitat. The first person you encounter is not the grim, battle-scarred instructor you expected, but a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and dirt under her fingernails from working in the herb gardens. She looks up from the plant she's been examining and offers you a smile that's both welcoming and knowing, as if she can see something in you that you don't yet recognize yourself. Another seeker of truth, she says, her voice carrying the accent of someone who has traveled far and learned much. I'm Instructor Morhen, and I teach what we call understanding arts. You'll find that everything here is different from what you've been told about witcher schools. We don't train killers here, we train protectors, and the first lesson in protection is learning what you're really protecting people from. Her words send a chill down your spine, not of fear but of anticipation. There's something in her tone that suggests the world is far more complex and interesting than you've ever imagined. That the simple stories of heroes and monsters that you grew up with are just the surface layer of a much deeper and more nuanced reality. She leads you through corridors lined with portraits of former students and instructors, but these aren't the grim-faced warriors you expected to see. Many of the faces are thoughtful, scholarly, some even gentle. There are women as well as men, people of all ages and backgrounds, and most surprising of all, some of the portraits seem to depict beings that aren't entirely human. The eyes in some paintings reflect unusual colors, and there are subtle differences in bone structure that suggest these honored graduates were something other than ordinary humans. The mutations, Instructor Morhen explains, noticing your stare, change more than just our physical capabilities. They enhance our ability to perceive magical auras, to sense the emotional states of other beings, to understand the complex relationships between different forms of life. What most people call monster hunting is really a form of advanced diplomacy requiring skills that few humans naturally possess. The library that she shows you next takes your breath away completely. It's vast beyond anything you imagined possible, with shelves stretching up into shadows that the lamplight can't quite reach. But what stops you in your tracks isn't the size of the collection, it's the content. These aren't just books about fighting techniques and alchemical formulas. These are detailed studies of creature behavior, extensive documentation of monster family structures, careful analysis of interspecies communication methods, and philosophical treatises on the ethics of magical intervention. One entire section is dedicated to what the spine labels call Redemption Chronicles, thick volumes that appear to document cases where supposedly irredeemable monsters were successfully integrated into human society. Another section contains diplomatic records, suggesting that witches regularly engage in formal negotiations with intelligent non-human entities. The Bestiary, Instructor Morhen says, pulling down a massive tome bound in leather that seems to shimmer with its own inner light, is not a guide to killing monsters, it's a guide to understanding them. Every entry includes not just weaknesses and combat tactics, but also communication methods, cultural preferences, dietary needs, and social structures. Many of our graduates never draw their swords in anger because they've learned to resolve conflicts through understanding rather than violence. She opens the Bestiary to a random page, revealing an entry about dragons that completely contradicts everything you've ever heard about these legendary creatures. Instead of describing them as mindless beasts hoarding treasure, the text speaks of them as highly intelligent beings with complex philosophical systems, ancient wisdom, and deep emotional bonds with their territories and communities. Dragons, she reads aloud, are among the most sophisticated magical beings in existence, with lifespans that allow them to observe the rise and fall of entire civilizations. Their so-called hoarding behavior is actually a form of historical preservation, protecting artifacts and knowledge that would otherwise be lost to time. Many dragons serve as unofficial guardians of human settlements, preventing larger threats from reaching populated areas while remaining invisible to the people they protect. Your mind reels as you try to process this information. Everything you thought you knew about monsters is being turned upside down, replaced with a view of the world that's both more complex and more hopeful than anything you've ever imagined. If dragons aren't mindless beasts, if they're actually protectors and scholars, then what else have you been wrong about? The necrophages, she continues, turning to another section, serve a crucial ecological function, preventing the spread of disease by consuming carrion that would otherwise contaminate water supplies and attract more dangerous scavengers. Most necrophage attacks on humans occur when people interfere with their feeding or threaten their young. They're actually quite intelligent and can be reasoned with if approached correctly. The implications are staggering. If monsters aren't mindless killing machines, if they have families and purposes and even wisdom to share, then what does that make the people who hunt them without trying to understand them first? What does that make the stories and legends that have shaped how entire civilizations view these creatures? Your first assignment, Instructor Morhen says, closing the Bestiary and fixing you with those knowing eyes, is to choose one creature that you've always feared or hated, and spend the next week learning everything you can about its actual behavior, needs, and place in the magical ecosystem. You'll be surprised by what you discover when you approach something with curiosity instead of prejudice. As she speaks, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the library. Another figure emerges from the shadows between the bookshelves, and your breath catches in your throat. The person approaching is tall and pale, with eyes that reflect light like a cat's, and canine teeth that are just slightly too long and sharp to be entirely human. But despite these obviously non-human characteristics, their smile is warm and welcoming, and they carry themselves with the dignity of someone who belongs here completely. "Ah," says Instructor Morhen, "perfect timing. This is Master Regis, one of our most experienced instructors. He teaches advanced interspecies communication and serves as our specialist in higher vampire culture and psychology." Your heart stops. Standing before you, smiling kindly and extending a hand in greeting, is a vampire, an actual vampire, teaching at a witcher school, treated with obvious respect and affection by the human instructor. Everything you've ever been told about witches and vampires being natural enemies crumbles in an instant. "Welcome to Kaer Morhen," Master Regis says, his voice cultured and gentle. "I hope you'll find our approach to monster studies both enlightening and challenging. We have much to learn from each other, all of us, regardless of the species we were born into." The handshake he offers is firm and warm, his skin feeling entirely human despite his obviously supernatural nature. There's wisdom in his eyes that speaks of centuries of experience, but also kindness that suggests those centuries have been spent in service to something greater than himself. Master Regis, Instructor Morwen explains, was once considered one of the most dangerous creatures in the Northern Kingdoms. He's now one of our most valued faculty members and has helped us develop communication protocols with dozens of previously hostile supernatural communities. His story is one of our greatest success stories in proving that redemption and change are possible for anyone willing to embrace them. The implications hit you like a physical force. If a vampire can become a teacher, a protector, a force for good in the world, then what does that say about the nature of evil? What does it mean about the possibility for change and growth? How many other monsters are out there who could become allies, friends, even teachers, if someone just took the time to understand them instead of attacking them? The path you're beginning here, Master Regis says, his ancient eyes meeting yours with perfect sincerity, will challenge everything you think you know about the world. You'll learn that the greatest monsters are often the ones that look most human, while some of the kindest souls inhabit forms that most people flee from in terror. Are you prepared to have your understanding of good and evil completely transformed? His question hangs in the air like a challenge and a promise. You realize that this isn't just about learning to fight monsters or brew potions. This is about learning to see the world through entirely new eyes, to question assumptions that you've never thought to question, to become someone who builds bridges instead of walls. The sun is beginning to set over the mountains that surround Kaer Morhen, casting long shadows through the library windows and painting everything in shades of gold and amber. Somewhere in the distance you can hear the sound of evening prayers being sung in harmony, voices both human and decidedly non-human joining together in something that sounds like hope made audible. Not everything that hunts in darkness is evil, Master Regis says softly, his words carrying the weight of centuries of hard-won wisdom. And not everything that walks in daylight is good. The question isn't what someone is, but what they choose to do with whatever power they possess. Are you ready to learn the difference? Your acceptance letter feels different in your pocket now, less like a ticket to adventure and more like a sacred trust. You're not just here to become a witcher, you're here to become someone who can see truth beyond appearance, who can find light in unexpected places, who can help heal a world that has been torn apart by fear and misunderstanding for far too long. The greatest lesson of Kaer Morhen is about to begin, and you have the feeling that by the time it's over, you'll be someone entirely different from who you were when you first walked through those ancient gates. The truth about monsters burns in your mind like a fever as you spend your first week at Kaer Morhen, each day bringing revelations that shatter everything you thought you understood about the nature of good and evil, about what makes something monstrous, and about the thin line that separates protector from predator in a world where appearances can be more deceiving than any magical illusion. Your assigned research creature turned out to be a ghoul, one of the necrophages that most people consider among the most disgusting and irredeemably evil of all monsters. But Master Regis guided you to texts that revealed a completely different picture, ancient studies that documented ghoul family structures, their careful territorial boundaries, their role in preventing plague outbreaks by consuming diseased corpses that would otherwise contaminate entire regions. The flickering candlelight in your dormitory room dances across pages of research notes that read more like anthropological studies than monster hunting guides. You've learned that ghouls communicate through complex scent markers that can convey everything from warnings about dangerous areas to invitations for cooperative feeding arrangements. They care for their young with the same devotion as any human parent, teaching them not just how to survive but how to fulfill their ecological role without causing unnecessary harm to other species. The musty smell of the ancient library has become as familiar as home over these past 7 days, the leather-bound volumes becoming trusted companions as you delve deeper into secrets that have been hidden from the world for centuries. Each book you open reveals more evidence that the stories people tell about monsters are not just wrong, but deliberately crafted to maintain fear and justify violence against beings that pose no real threat to anyone who approaches them with understanding rather than aggression. Tonight, you're reading by the light of magical torches that never burn down, their steady glow illuminating texts that speak of remarkable cooperation between species that are supposed to be natural enemies. There are detailed accounts of vampire scholars working alongside human researchers, of dragon councils that have prevented wars by sharing their ancient wisdom about the consequences of territorial conflicts, of werewolf packs that have served as guardians for remote human settlements during times of crisis. The cold mountain wind whistles through the ancient stones of Kaer Morhen, but the sound no longer feels ominous or threatening. Instead, it carries the voices of centuries, the whispered conversations of all the students who have sat in this same spot, wrestling with the same revelations that are reshaping your understanding of the world. You can almost hear their questions echoing through time, the same doubts and wonder and growing certainty that everything they were taught about monsters was designed to keep them from seeing a truth that could change everything. Your fingers trace the texture of aged parchment as you read about the conjunction of the spheres, the cosmic event that brought monsters to this world 15 centuries ago. But the texts here tell a very different story than the ones you heard growing up. This wasn't an invasion or an accident. It was a desperate rescue mission as dying worlds sought to preserve their inhabitants by merging dimensions, saving countless species from extinction by bringing them to a reality where they could survive and perhaps even thrive. The monsters that appeared during the conjunction weren't conquerors or destroyers. They were refugees, survivors of cosmic catastrophes beyond imagination, thrust into a strange world where they had to adapt or die. Many of the conflicts between humans and monsters in the early centuries after the conjunction weren't about territory or resources, but about misunderstanding and fear, about species trying to communicate across barriers of language and culture and biological difference that seemed impossible to bridge. You've discovered chronicles that document the early attempts at communication, the gradual development of sign languages and magical translation methods that allowed different species to share their stories and needs. There are records of trade agreements between human settlements and dragon councils, of werewolf packs that served as postal services across dangerous terrain, of vampire communities that used their supernatural senses to serve as early warning systems for approaching natural disasters. But somewhere along the way, something changed. The cooperation turned to suspicion. The communication became silence, and the stories became legends that painted all non-human beings as threats to be eliminated rather than neighbors to be understood. The texts don't explicitly say what caused this shift, but there are hints of political manipulation, of leaders who found it easier to unite their people against external enemies than to address internal problems, of economic interests that profited from fear and conflict. Master Regis appears in the library doorway like a shadow given form, his footsteps so quiet that you don't notice his approach until he's standing beside your reading table. Despite his vampiric nature, or perhaps because of it, there's something deeply comforting about his presence. He radiates a sense of ancient wisdom and hard-won peace that makes you feel safer rather than threatened, protected rather than hunted. "Difficult reading?" he asks, glancing at the text spread across your table, his voice carrying centuries of experience with the same questions you're grappling with tonight. "Heartbreaking," you reply, the word escaping before you can consider whether it's appropriate to show such emotion to an instructor. All this cooperation, all this potential for understanding, and it just disappeared. How did we get so wrong about each other? Master Regis settles into the chair across from you, his movements graceful and deliberate. In the candlelight, his pale features seem almost luminous. But there's nothing threatening about his appearance now. You've learned to see past the superficial markers of his vampiric nature to the teacher, the scholar, the being who has dedicated centuries to building bridges between worlds that others insist must remain separate. "Fear," he says simply, the single word carrying more weight than entire paragraphs of explanation. Fear is the most powerful force in any world, more destructive than any magic, more contagious than any plague. When people are afraid, they stop thinking clearly, stop asking questions, stop seeing the humanity in others. They become willing to accept simple explanations for complex problems, and they become grateful for leaders who promise to protect them from threats they don't understand. He pauses, his ancient eyes reflecting the dancing flame light, as he considers how much truth you're ready to handle. The transformation from cooperation to conflict didn't happen overnight, and it wasn't entirely natural. There were those who benefited from the division, who gained power by positioning themselves as protectors against the monster threat, who built their fortunes on the weapons and barriers that fear demands. The implications of his words settle over you like a heavy cloak. The fear of monsters hasn't just been a natural human reaction to the unknown. It's been deliberately cultivated, carefully maintained, strategically used by people who gained power and wealth from keeping different species in conflict with each other. "But why are you telling me this?" you ask, suddenly aware that this conversation has moved far beyond normal academic instruction. Why reveal these secrets to a first-week student who might not be ready to handle them? Master Regis leans back in his chair, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Because you've already proven that you are ready. Your research this week, your willingness to question assumptions, your obvious distress at learning about lost opportunities for understanding. These reactions tell me that you have the emotional maturity to handle difficult truths. He stands and moves to one of the bookshelves, returning with a volume that you haven't seen before. The leather binding is different from the other texts, darker and somehow more alive, as if it contains knowledge that's still growing and changing rather than historical facts carved in stone. This, he says, placing the book carefully on the table between you, is the Chronicle of Redemption. It contains the personal stories of beings who have made the transition from monster to ally, from feared creature to trusted friend. Some of the accounts are written by the redeemed themselves, while others are documented by the humans who first chose to see past their fears to the person underneath. You open the book with trembling hands, and the first entry stops your breath completely. It's Master Regis's own story, written in his elegant handwriting, detailing his transformation from a creature driven by bloodlust and predatory instincts to a scholar dedicated to building understanding between species. I was not always as you see me now, he says quietly as you read. There was a time when I was everything that humans fear most about vampires. I killed without remorse, fed without consideration for the lives I was ending, viewed humans as nothing more than cattle existing for my convenience. I was by any reasonable definition a monster. The account continues with brutal honesty about the centuries he spent as a predator, the countless lives he ended, the communities he terrorized. But then it describes the moment when everything changed, when he encountered a human who refused to see him as a monster, despite overwhelming evidence that he was exactly that. She was a healer, Master Regis continues, his voice soft with memory, working in a village that I had been stalking for weeks. Instead of fleeing when she discovered my nature, she asked me why I was choosing to cause suffering when I had the power to prevent it. No one had ever asked me that question before. No one had ever suggested that I had a choice in what I was becoming. The conversation that followed, as recorded in the Chronicle, lasted through an entire night. The healer didn't try to convert or convince him through argument or appeal to morality. Instead, she simply asked him to consider what he wanted his existence to mean, what kind of legacy he wanted to leave after centuries of unlife. The change wasn't immediate, he explains. Redemption is a process, not an event. It took decades of conscious choice, of choosing compassion over convenience, of learning to see humans as individuals rather than prey. But every day that I made that choice, it became easier to make it again the next day. You look up from the Chronicle to meet his eyes, seeing in them not the ancient predator he once was, but the teacher and protector he has chosen to become. How many others have made this same journey? More than you might expect, fewer than the world needs. He turns the pages to show you other entries, other stories of transformation and redemption. A werewolf who learned to channel his protective instincts into guarding trade routes. A dragon who became a keeper of historical knowledge and advisor to human scholars. A group of necrophages who now serve as the sanitation system for a major city, preventing disease outbreaks while earning the gratitude of the human population. Each story follows a similar pattern. A being that was once feared and hated. A human who chose to see past the surface to the potential underneath, and a gradual transformation that benefited everyone involved. But what strikes you most powerfully is how few of these stories are known to the general population. The successful redemptions are kept secret, while the failures and conflicts are spread as cautionary tales. Why don't people know about these successes, you ask? Because knowledge is power, and there are those who benefit from maintaining the current balance of fear and conflict. Master Regis closes the Chronicle and meets your eyes with an expression of deep seriousness. What you're learning here at Kaer Morhen isn't just academic knowledge. It's dangerous truth that could reshape how the world understands the relationship between humans and monsters. The weight of that revelation settles over you like armor, both protective and burdensome. You're not just a student anymore. You're a keeper of secrets that could change the world, but only if you're wise enough to know how and when to share them. There's something else you need to understand, Master Regis continues, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper. Not all of your fellow students are here for the same reasons you are. Some are genuinely seeking understanding and wisdom. Others are here to learn our methods so they can better exploit or manipulate both humans and monsters for their own purposes. A chill runs down your spine that has nothing to do with the mountain wind. The revelation that there might be enemies among your classmates, people who would use the knowledge you're gaining for harmful purposes, adds a layer of complexity to your studies that you hadn't considered. How do I know who to trust, you ask? The same way I learned to trust that healer centuries ago, he replies. Watch their actions, not their words. See how they treat beings who have no power to help or harm them. Notice whether they ask questions because they want to understand or because they want to find weaknesses to exploit. As if summoned by his words, you hear footsteps approaching through the library corridors, multiple sets of feet, moving with the kind of coordination that suggests a planned meeting rather than casual study partners. Master Regis's expression grows tense, and you notice his hand move almost imperceptibly towards something concealed beneath his robes. Remember, he whispers urgently, everything you've learned tonight must be protected. There are those who would kill to prevent this knowledge from spreading, and there are others who would kill to monopolize it for themselves. The footsteps are getting closer, and you can make out voices now, fellow students speaking in hushed tones about something that requires secrecy and planning. One voice in particular sends ice through your veins because you recognize it as belonging to someone you had begun to think of as a friend, someone you had trusted with your own questions and doubts about monster nature. They're not ready to know the truth about what they really are, the familiar voice says, and your hands shake as you realize they're talking about you, about the dangerous knowledge you've been acquiring, about the threat you might pose to whatever plans they're making. Master Regis moves with supernatural speed and silence, guiding you behind one of the tall bookshelves just as the group of students enters the main library area. From your hiding place, you can see them clearly while remaining invisible yourself, and what you observe makes your blood run cold with betrayal and fear. These aren't students seeking wisdom and understanding. These are agents of the very forces that benefit from maintaining conflict between humans and monsters. People who have infiltrated Kaer Morhen to gather intelligence about its methods, and possibly to eliminate the threats that graduates like you might pose to the established order. The greatest lesson of your first week at Kaer Morhen isn't about monster nature or redemption possibilities. It's about the realization that the most dangerous monsters are often the ones that look most human, and that the battle between understanding and fear is being fought not just in the world beyond these walls, but right here in the heart of the institution that's supposed to be teaching wisdom and compassion. Your education in the true nature of monstrosity is about to take a turn that you never saw coming. The moment of truth arrives like a thunderclap in the ancient library of Kaer Morhen, and with it comes the terrifying realization that you can never return to the simple world of clear heroes and obvious villains that you inhabited just 2 weeks ago. Hidden behind towering bookshelves with Master Regis, watching fellow students reveal themselves as something far more dangerous than any monster you've studied, you understand that the real battle for the soul of the world is happening right here, right now, in hushed conversations between people who look exactly like the heroes they're pretending to be. Your heart hammers against your ribs as you strain to hear every word of the conspiracy unfolding mere yards from your hiding place. The students you had begun to trust, the ones you had shared meals with and studied alongside, are methodically planning the destruction of everything Kaer Morhen represents. Their leader, a charismatic older student named Marcus, who had seemed so wise and compassionate during your first week, speaks with the cold calculation of someone who views other beings as pieces on a game board rather than living creatures deserving of consideration. The vampire instructor is the primary target, Marcus says, his voice carrying none of the warmth you remember from your previous conversations with him. As long as Master Regis remains at this school, spreading his poison about monster redemption and interspecies cooperation, we'll never be able to restore proper order to the relationship between humans and the creatures that threaten them. The casual way he discusses eliminating Master Regis makes bile rise in your throat. This isn't about protecting anyone or maintaining safety. This is about preserving a system of fear and hatred that benefits those who profit from conflict, those who gain power by positioning themselves as humanity's protectors against threats that they themselves help to create and maintain. Another student, a young woman named Elena, who had helped you with your research just days ago, nods approvingly at Marcus's words. The new students are especially susceptible to his influence, she adds. They arrive here with normal, healthy fear of monsters, and within weeks they're sympathizing with creatures that should be exterminated without question. It's a form of psychological manipulation that borders on the criminal. The magical energy in the library seems to thicken around you, responding to the emotional intensity of the moment. Master Regis places a steadying hand on your shoulder, his touch both comforting and warning, reminding you to stay calm and observe rather than react, to gather information rather than confront immediately. But the effort to remain silent while listening to people casually discuss murdering your teacher and mentor feels like trying to hold back a dam with your bare hands. The question, Marcus continues, is whether we can salvage the newer students or whether they've already been too corrupted by exposure to monster-sympathizing propaganda. Some of them might be recoverable with proper re-education, but others may need to be eliminated along with the faculty members who have infected them with these dangerous ideas. The taste of copper fear floods your mouth as you realize that you're not just overhearing a philosophical disagreement. You're witnessing the planning stages of what amounts to a massacre, a purge designed to eliminate anyone at Kaer Morhen who has embraced the school's true mission of understanding and cooperation. These aren't misguided students working alone. This is an organized operation with resources and backing that extend far beyond the school's walls. Elena pulls out a detailed map of the fortress, pointing to various locations as she outlines their strategy. The vampire's quarters are here, in the old tower. He's most vulnerable during the day when his supernatural reflexes are diminished. A coordinated attack with blessed silver weapons should be sufficient to eliminate him before he can mount any significant resistance. What about the other faculty members? Asks a third conspirator, a boy barely older than yourself, who speaks with the eager bloodlust of someone who has never actually seen violence but fantasizes about it constantly. Instructor Morwen and the other human staff members will be given the opportunity to renounce their current teaching methods and embrace proper monster hunting philosophy, Marcus replies. Those who refuse will share the vampire's fate. We can't allow sentiment to interfere with the necessity of restoring this institution to its proper purpose. The weight of their words settles over you like a suffocating blanket. These people aren't just planning to murder Master Regis. They're planning to transform Kaer Morhen from a center of learning and understanding into a factory for producing the kind of blind hatred that has kept humans and monsters at war for centuries. They want to eliminate not just individuals but ideas, not just people but the very possibility of peace between species. Master Regis's grip on your shoulder tightens almost imperceptibly, and when you glance at his face in the dim light, you see something that chills you more than the conspirator's words. He's not surprised by what you're hearing. This isn't a shocking revelation to him. He's been expecting this, preparing for it, perhaps even waiting for it to finally happen. You knew, you breathe, the words barely audible even to yourself. He nods once, his ancient eyes reflecting sadness that spans centuries. Such attempts have been made before, he whispers directly into your ear, his voice so soft that even supernatural hearing would struggle to detect it. Every few decades, someone decides that the work we're doing here is too dangerous to be allowed to continue. They recruit idealistic students who believe they're saving the world by preserving the old ways of fear and hatred. The realization that this is a recurring pattern, that Master Regis has survived multiple attempts on his life simply for the crime of teaching compassion and understanding, adds another layer of tragedy to an already heartbreaking situation. How many other teachers like him have been lost over the centuries? How many centers of learning have been destroyed by people who mistake ignorance for safety? The attack will come tomorrow night, Marcus announces, his voice filled with the satisfaction of someone who believes himself to be on the side of righteousness. During the new moon, when the vampire's powers are at their weakest, we'll make it look like an accident, a tragic training mishap that claimed the life of a beloved instructor. No one will ever suspect that it was actually a necessary execution. Elena smiles with the kind of cold pleasure that you've only seen in the faces of the truly evil. And then we can begin the real work of training proper witches, students who understand that the only good monster is a dead monster, that mercy toward creatures of darkness is the same as cruelty toward innocent humans. The group begins to disperse, their planning complete, their deadly intentions set in motion. As their footsteps fade into the distance, you remain frozen behind the bookshelf, struggling to process everything you've heard and witnessed. The world has revealed itself to be far more dangerous and complex than you ever imagined, with battles being fought not just between humans and monsters, but between different visions of what humanity should become. Master Regis emerges from the shadows, his expression grave but not defeated. "Now you understand," he says quietly, "why the work we do here is so important, and why there are those who will kill to prevent it from continuing. The question now is what you choose to do with this knowledge. The weight of that choice settles on your shoulders like a mantle of responsibility that you never asked for but can't refuse. You could remain silent, try to blend in with the other students, hope that the conspiracy somehow fails without your involvement. Or you could take action, warn the other faculty members, try to protect the institution and the teacher who have shown you a better way of seeing the world. What would happen to the other students if Marcus and his followers succeed? You ask, though you're not sure you want to hear the answer. Those who have been deemed recoverable would be subjected to intensive re-education designed to eliminate any sympathy for monsters and replace it with pure hatred, Master Regis replies. Those who resist or who are judged too contaminated by exposure to our current teachings would simply disappear. The official records would show that they failed to complete their training and left the school voluntarily. The image of your fellow students, the ones you've come to care about over these past weeks, being tortured or murdered for the crime of learning to see monsters as individuals rather than threats, makes your hands clench into fists. This isn't just about protecting Master Regis anymore. This is about protecting everyone at Kaer Morhen who has chosen understanding over hatred, wisdom over ignorance. How do we stop them? You ask, surprised by the determination in your own voice. Master Regis studies your face in the candlelight, searching for something that will tell him whether you're truly ready for what protecting the school will require. "The same way I stopped being a monster," he says finally, "by choosing, moment by moment, to be something better. By refusing to let fear and hatred define our actions, even when we're fighting against those who have already surrendered to those emotions." He leads you deeper into the library, to a section you haven't seen before, where ancient texts are secured behind magical barriers that recognize his vampiric nature and grant him access. The books he retrieves are different from the academic texts you've been studying, filled with practical knowledge about protection, defense, and the kind of magic that preserves life rather than destroying it. "These are the real Witcher techniques," he explains, opening one of the volumes to reveal pages covered with intricate diagrams and detailed instructions. Not the crude monster hunting methods that the conspiracy wants to restore, but the sophisticated arts of magical diplomacy, protective enchantment, and conflict resolution that our school was originally founded to teach. The spells and techniques documented in these hidden texts are unlike anything you've encountered in your previous studies. Instead of focusing on how to kill or subdue magical creatures, they detail methods for communicating across species barriers, for calming aggressive beasts through empathic magic, for creating zones of peace where different forms of life can coexist safely. "The silver sword," Master Regis continues, showing you diagrams of weapons that look nothing like the brutal implements you expected, was never meant to be a tool of slaughter. In the hands of a properly trained Witcher, it becomes a focus for protective magic, a way to channel healing energy, a symbol of the commitment to defend rather than destroy. As you study the texts, you begin to understand that everything you thought you knew about witches has been as distorted as everything you believed about monsters. The popular stories of grim warriors stalking through the night to kill supernatural threats are propaganda designed to hide the truth about what witches really are. Magical diplomats, interspecies mediators, bridges between worlds that fear and misunderstanding have kept apart for too long. Tomorrow night, Master Regis says, closing the ancient books and meeting your eyes with perfect seriousness, you'll have the opportunity to put these teachings into practice. When Marcus and his followers come for me, you can choose to let them succeed and watch Kaer Morhen be transformed into a factory for producing hatred, or you can stand with me and prove that there's a better way forward. The magical torches flicker in a sudden draft, casting dancing shadows that seem to reflect the uncertainty and fear swirling in your heart. Everything you've learned over the past 2 weeks has led to this moment. This choice between the easy path of letting others make the hard decisions and the difficult path of taking responsibility for protecting what you've come to love. What if I'm not strong enough? You ask, voicing the fear that has been growing in your chest since you first realized the scope of the conspiracy against the school. Master Regis places both hands on your shoulders, his ancient eyes reflecting wisdom gained through centuries of choosing hope over despair, redemption over revenge. Strength isn't about power or magical ability, he says gently. It's about the willingness to stand up for what you believe in, even when doing so puts you at risk. You've already shown that strength by questioning the assumptions you were raised with, by opening your mind to new possibilities, by caring about beings that others dismiss as monsters. The sound of the night wind through the castle corridors carries with it the voices of all the students and teachers who have walked these halls before you, all the people who have faced similar choices between fear and understanding, between the easy path of hatred and the difficult path of compassion. You realize that you're not just making a choice for yourself, but for everyone who will come after you, everyone who might benefit from the wisdom that Kaer Morhen has to offer. I'll stand with you, you say, the words coming from somewhere deeper than conscious thought. From a place in your heart where courage lives alongside fear but refuses to be conquered by it. Master Regis smiles, and for the first time since you've known him, the expression reaches his ancient eyes completely. Then tomorrow night, we'll discover together what it truly means to be a witcher in a world that desperately needs healing rather than more violence. As you prepare to leave the library and return to your dormitory, you carry with you the knowledge that everything is about to change. The conspiracy will proceed as planned, but they'll find that their intended victims aren't as helpless as they assumed. The real education is about to begin, and by the time it's over, you'll either be dead or transformed into something that the world has never seen before. A witcher who truly understands that the greatest magic comes not from the power to destroy, but from the courage to protect and preserve. 3 months after your life-changing confrontation with the conspiracy at Kaer Morhen, you find yourself standing at the edge of a hidden valley that shouldn't exist according to any map, looking down at what appears to be the most impossible sight in the northern kingdoms, a place where dragons soar peacefully overhead while children play in meadows below, where werewolves tend gardens alongside human farmers, and where the ancient dream of harmony between all species has somehow become beautiful, breathing reality. The journey here began with a cryptic message from Master Regis delivered by a raven whose intelligence clearly exceeded that of any ordinary bird. The note simply said that you were ready for the next phase of your education, that there were truths about monster-human relations that could only be understood through direct experience, and that you should follow the bearer of the message to a place where theory became practice and hope became truth. The path down into the valley winds through forests that seem to hum with contentment, where every tree and flower appears to glow with an inner light that speaks of deep magical saturation and profound peace. The air itself feels different here, cleaner and somehow more alive, carrying scents of wildflowers and fresh water mixed with something indefinable that makes your heart feel lighter with every breath you take. As you descend the winding trail, the first sight that stops you in your tracks is a family of griffins, sunbathing on a rocky outcrop, their magnificent feathers gleaming gold and bronze in the afternoon sunlight. But what takes your breath away isn't their beauty or majesty, it's the complete absence of fear or aggression in their posture. These aren't predators scanning for threats or prey. They're simply creatures enjoying a peaceful moment in their home, as relaxed and content as house cats napping in a sunny window. The gentle humming that fills the valley comes from dozens of sources, creating a harmony that seems to resonate in your very bones. Dragons of various sizes contribute deep, melodious notes that vibrate through the ground beneath your feet, while smaller creatures add higher tones that dance through the air like visible music. It's not just sound, but magic made audible, the voice of a community that has learned to sing together despite their vast differences in size, species, and origin. Your guide, the impossibly intelligent raven, settles on your shoulder as you pause to absorb the scene before you. When it speaks in a voice far too sophisticated for any ordinary bird, you're no longer surprised by such impossibilities. "Welcome to Sanctuary," it says, its tone warm with genuine affection for this place. The first and oldest refuge for beings who have chosen peace over conflict, understanding over fear. A sweet scent of flowers that bloom only in magically enriched soil fills your nostrils as you continue down the path, but mixed with it is something even more remarkable: the smell of cooking food, of bread baking and stews simmering, the domestic aromas of a community preparing to share a meal together. The idea that monsters and humans might cook and eat together, might share the most basic and intimate act of sustaining life, challenges assumptions so fundamental that you hadn't even realized you held them. The valley floor opens before you like a living tapestry of impossible cooperation. Families of various species tend communal gardens where magical plants grow alongside mundane crops, their different agricultural techniques complementing each other to produce harvests more abundant than any single species could achieve alone. A pair of trolls work alongside human farmers to move massive stones that will become the foundation for a new communal building, their enormous strength balanced by human planning and precision. Children of multiple species play together in meadows that seem to sparkle with their own inner light, their laughter creating music that harmonizes with the deeper songs of their elders. Human children chase playfully after young werewolves who bound through the grass on 4 legs, while dragon wymlings practice their first flights under the watchful eyes of parents, both scaled and flesh-covered. The sound of their joy seems to make the very flowers bloom more brightly, as if happiness itself were a form of fertilizer. A warm feeling of absolute safety washes over you as you realize that every creature in this valley, no matter how large or potentially dangerous, moves with the careful awareness of beings who understand that they share this space with others more vulnerable than themselves. The dragons, despite their immense size and power, step carefully to avoid crushing smaller beings. The werewolves, despite their predatory nature, play gently with children who show no fear of their fangs and claws. The path leads you toward the heart of the settlement, where a collection of buildings represents architectural styles from dozens of different traditions. Human cottages with thatched roofs stand beside elaborate elven treehouses, while dwarven stone halls neighbor fairy dwellings so delicate they seem woven from flower petals and morning mist. Each structure reflects the needs and preferences of its inhabitants while contributing to the overall harmony of the community design. Your approach is noticed by the valley's residents. But instead of the suspicion or hostility you might expect from such a closed community, you're greeted with curious smiles and welcoming gestures. A elderly human woman working in her garden waves with a hand that's stained green from herb harvesting, while a massive minotaur pauses in his woodworking to offer a friendly nod that somehow manages to convey both strength and gentleness. The sound of approaching footsteps draws your attention to a figure emerging from the largest building at the valley's center, and your breath catches as you recognize someone whose reputation extends far beyond these hidden mountains. Yennefer of Vordenburg walks toward you with the grace and confidence that have made her legendary, but there's something different about her here, a peace and contentment that you've never heard described in any of the stories about the famous sorceress. Another student from Kaer Morhen, she says, her voice carrying warmth that transforms her striking features from intimidating to welcoming. Master Regis sent word that you were ready to see what we've built here, to understand what becomes possible when beings choose cooperation over conflict. She gestures toward the impossible community spreading around you, her violet eyes reflecting pride that has nothing to do with personal achievement and everything to do with shared accomplishment. Sanctuary has existed for over 2 centuries, hidden from those who would destroy it, protected by magic and geography, and the simple fact that most people refuse to believe such a place could exist. As she leads you through the settlement, pointing out various buildings and introducing you to residents both human and decidedly not, you begin to understand the complexity of what has been achieved here. This isn't just a collection of different species living in proximity. This is a fully integrated society where the unique abilities and perspectives of each type of being contribute to the whole in ways that create something greater than the sum of its parts. The dragons, Yennefer explains as you pass a group of the magnificent creatures engaged in what appears to be a philosophical discussion with several human scholars, serve as our historians and strategic planners. Their lifespans allow them to see patterns and consequences that shorter-lived beings might miss, while their intelligence helps us avoid the mistakes that have destroyed other attempts at interspecies cooperation. A young dragon, barely larger than a horse but already possessed of obvious wisdom, turns from the discussion to address you directly. "Welcome, small warm blood," she says, her voice like distant thunder made melodious. "We have heard of your courage at the School of Wolves, your willingness to stand against those who would preserve hatred for its own sake. Such choices echo across time and create ripples that touch lives you will never meet." The casual way she references events at Kaer Morhen reminds you that news travels quickly among beings who have chosen to work together rather than in isolation. Your actions 3 months ago have somehow become part of the larger story of cooperation and understanding that Sanctuary represents, your individual choice adding to the growing body of evidence that change is possible when people are willing to take risks for the sake of others. The werewolves and other shapeshifters. Yennefer continues as you pass a group of individuals whose human appearance is belied by the lupine grace of their movements. serve as our scouts and messengers. Their connection to the natural world helps us maintain our concealment while staying informed about events in the larger world that might affect our community. One of the werewolves, a middle-aged woman whose silver hair seems to shimmer with its own light, approaches with the confident stride of someone who has found perfect balance between her human and wolf natures. The young ones from the outside world often struggle to understand how we maintain our humanity while embracing our beast sides, she says, her voice carrying the warmth of someone who has helped many people through difficult transitions. The secret is recognizing that they were never opposites to begin with, just different aspects of the same essential self. As you continue through the settlement, you meet vampires who have channeled their supernatural abilities into healing arts, trolls whose strength makes them master builders and protectors, and even a few higher beings whose otherworldly perspectives help the community navigate complex moral and philosophical questions that arise when so many different viewpoints must be balanced. But what strikes you most powerfully isn't the diversity of the residents or even their obvious contentment. It's the children, both human and otherwise, who have grown up knowing that difference is not something to be feared, but something to be celebrated. They switch effortlessly between languages and communication methods, play games that would be impossible without participants of vastly different sizes and abilities, and display the kind of easy acceptance that adults spend lifetimes trying to relearn. This is what the world could become, Yennefer says softly as you watch a group of youngsters that includes human children, wolf cubs, dragon wildlings, and even a young troll working together to build an elaborate sandcastle that incorporates architectural elements from all their cultures. Not tomorrow, perhaps not even in our lifetimes, but eventually, if enough people choose understanding over fear. The afternoon sun is beginning to set over the hidden valley, painting everything in shades of gold and amber that make the impossible seem not just possible but inevitable. Cooking fires are being lit throughout the settlement as families of various compositions prepare to share the evening meal, and you can smell the mingled aromas of dozens of different culinary traditions creating something entirely new and wonderful. But there are threats, Yennefer continues, her expression growing more serious as the peaceful scene around you takes on subtle shadows. There are those who profit from the current system of fear and hatred, who view places like Sanctuary as existential threats to their power and influence. We exist in secrecy, not because we're ashamed of what we've accomplished, but because we know there are forces in the world that would destroy us, rather than allow our example to spread. Your blood runs cold as you remember the conspiracy at Kaer Morhen, the casual way Marcus and his followers had discussed eliminating anyone who threatened their vision of eternal conflict between humans and monsters. If such people knew about Sanctuary, about the proof it represents that cooperation is not only possible but sustainable, they would indeed view it as something that must be destroyed at any cost. How do you protect yourselves, you ask, suddenly aware of how vulnerable this paradise might be to those who view its very existence as an attack on their worldview? Yennefer's smile takes on an edge that reminds you of her fearsome reputation as one of the most powerful sorceresses in the known world. We have advantages that our enemies don't expect, she says. When dragons and vampires and werewolves and humans all work together to defend something they love, the result is a form of protection that no army of conventional soldiers could overcome. As if summoned by her words, you hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats, multiple riders moving fast toward the valley's hidden entrance. The peaceful atmosphere of the settlement shifts instantly, but subtly. Residents moving with the practiced efficiency of people who have prepared for this possibility. Children are guided toward secure locations while adults take up defensive positions, but there's no panic, no fear, only the calm determination of a community that knows exactly how to protect itself. It seems, Yennefer says, her violet eyes beginning to glow with gathering magical power, that your education in the realities of our situation is about to become rather more practical than I had planned. The riders approaching the valley entrance aren't ordinary travelers, and they're not coming in peace. Through the growing darkness, you can see the glint of weapons and the purposeful movement of people who have come here with violent intentions. Your heart pounds as you realize that Sanctuary, this impossible dream made real, is about to face the kind of threat that has destroyed so many other attempts at peaceful coexistence. The children you watched playing so happily just moments ago are now depending on the adults around them to preserve not just their lives but their way of life, their belief that the world can be a place where different beings live together in harmony rather than constant fear. Everything you've learned about courage and choice and the true meaning of protection is about to be put to the ultimate test. Fear courses through your veins like liquid lightning as you realize that the approaching riders represent something far more sinister than random bandits or curious travelers. These are professional monster hunters, their equipment gleaming with the kind of blessed silver and sacred symbols that mark them as members of the Order of the Flaming Rose, fanatics who view any cooperation between humans and non-humans as heresy worthy of death, and who have somehow discovered the location of Sanctuary despite centuries of magical concealment. Your heart hammers against your ribs as you count the approaching forces from your vantage point beside Yennefer, the sound of hoofbeats growing louder with each passing second like the drumbeat of approaching doom. At least 30 riders in full battle gear, their armor bearing the rose and flame symbol that has become synonymous with religious extremism and systematic genocide against anything deemed monstrous or unnatural. Sweat beads on your forehead, despite the cool mountain evening air, as the full implications of this attack become clear. This isn't a random raid or exploratory mission. The Order has come in force, with enough soldiers and equipment to conduct what they clearly intend to be a complete cleansing of the valley, leaving no survivors to tell the tale of what Sanctuary represented or what was lost when hatred finally found this hidden paradise. Your hands tremble as you help Yennefer coordinate the settlement's defensive preparations, the peaceful community transforming with practiced efficiency into something that can protect itself without abandoning the principles that make it worth protecting. Dragon fire could incinerate the approaching army in seconds. Vampire speed could allow surgical strikes that would eliminate the threat before it could react. Werewolf savagery could turn the valley's entrance into a killing ground that would break any conventional force. But none of these options are being considered, because using such methods would transform Sanctuary's defenders into the very monsters that their enemies claim they are. The community's strength has always come from proving that cooperation produces better results than violence, that understanding achieves more than domination, that protection doesn't require becoming what you're protecting against. The adrenaline rushing through your system makes every sense supernaturally sharp as you observe the defensive preparations unfolding around you. Children and non-combatants are being moved to secure locations deeper in the valley, but they're being guided by adults who speak calmly and reassuringly, turning what could be a panicked evacuation into an orderly retreat that preserves dignity and hope rather than creating trauma and fear. The dragons, despite their overwhelming power advantage, position themselves not as weapons of mass destruction, but as strategic assets, their keen intelligence and aerial perspective providing information about enemy movements, while their presence serves as a deterrent that might convince rational attackers to reconsider their approach. The eldest dragon, a magnificent creature whose scales shimmer with the deep blue-black of midnight sky, settles on the valley's highest peak, where her silhouette against the stars sends an unmistakable message about the forces that the Order would be challenging. Yennefer's magical preparations focus not on attack spells but on protective barriers and concealment enchantments, weaving together defensive magic that could turn aside arrows and deflect spellfire while maintaining the valley's hidden nature. Her violet eyes burn with power that could level mountains, but her hands shape spells designed to preserve life rather than destroy it, to protect rather than punish, to maintain the moral high ground even when facing enemies who have abandoned any pretense of ethical behavior. The Order believes that might makes right, she explains as her magic weaves through the air like visible music, creating layers of protection that shimmer and pulse with benevolent energy. They think that because they have more soldiers and more weapons, they must be serving a righteous cause. We're going to prove to them that true strength comes from unity and purpose, not from the willingness to kill anyone who disagrees with your worldview. The werewolves have shifted into their hybrid forms, combining human intelligence with lupine senses and reflexes, but their role is reconnaissance and rapid response rather than offensive action. They move through the darkness like living shadows, gathering information about enemy positions and capabilities while remaining invisible to conventional detection methods. Their reports, relayed through magical communication networks, reveal the disturbing extent of the Order's preparation for this assault. They have mages, reports the silver-haired werewolf woman you met earlier, her voice carrying the controlled tension of someone delivering bad news that must be faced honestly. At least 6 spellcasters trained specifically in anti-monster magic, with weapons and artifacts designed to counter supernatural abilities. They know what they're facing here, and they've come prepared for the kind of resistance that most Sanctuary communities could mount. The implications are staggering. This isn't a chance discovery or opportunistic raid. The Order has been studying Sanctuary for months or possibly years, analyzing its defenses and capabilities, preparing specialized tactics and equipment for this specific attack. Someone has been providing them with detailed intelligence about the community's composition, layout, and protective measures. Your blood runs cold as you realize that Sanctuary faces the same kind of internal betrayal that nearly destroyed Kaer Morhen, that somewhere within this paradise of cooperation and trust, there's someone who has been systematically gathering information for the community's enemies. The idea that one of the residents you've met and come to admire might be responsible for the approaching slaughter makes your stomach clench with nausea and betrayal. The magical barriers are holding, Yennefer reports. Her concentration intense as she maintains the complex web of protective spells that keep the valley hidden from conventional detection, but they're probing systematically, using techniques that suggest inside knowledge of our defensive capabilities. Someone has taught them exactly where to look for weaknesses in our concealment magic. The vampire residents of Sanctuary move through the defensive preparations with the fluid grace of beings who have spent centuries perfecting every action, but their supernatural abilities are being channeled into protective rather than predatory purposes. Their enhanced senses allow them to detect approaching threats from impossible distances, while their speed makes them ideal messengers and coordinators for a defensive effort that requires split-second timing and perfect communication. Master Ragus appears at your side with the sudden silence that only vampires can achieve, his presence both comforting and ominous in the growing darkness. The Order has learned from their previous failures, he says quietly, his ancient eyes reflecting the harsh reality of their situation. They've studied every successful monster-human cooperation, analyzed every defensive strategy that communities like ours have used, and developed countermeasures specifically designed to overcome our advantages. His words carry the weight of centuries spent watching similar attacks destroy other attempts at peaceful coexistence, other communities that tried to prove that cooperation was possible between species that the wider world insisted must remain enemies. The sadness in his voice speaks of countless friends lost, countless dreams destroyed, countless proofs that understanding is possible being eliminated by those who profit from maintaining fear and hatred. What makes this attack different from the others they've conducted, you ask? Though part of you isn't sure you want to hear the answer. Scale and commitment, Master Ragus replies, his expression grave as he watches the Order's forces complete their encirclement of the valley's hidden entrances. Previous attacks have been opportunistic, designed to eliminate specific threats while maintaining plausible deniability about their involvement. This is a full military operation with official backing from religious and political authorities who have decided that Sanctuary represents an existential threat to the established order. The realization that this attack has government support, that elected officials and religious leaders have officially sanctioned the genocide of an entire community for the crime of proving that peace is possible, adds a dimension of horror to the situation that makes your hands shake with rage and disbelief. These aren't rogue fanatics or freelance hate groups. These are representatives of civilization itself, come to destroy the most civilized place you've ever encountered. Through the concealment barriers, you can see the Order's forces completing their final preparations, and the sight of their equipment confirms your worst fears about their intentions and capabilities. These aren't conventional weapons designed for normal warfare. These are tools of extermination, blessed and enchanted specifically for the efficient killing of supernatural beings, designed to cause maximum suffering while ensuring that none of their targets can escape or survive to tell others what happened here. The children, you whisper, thinking of the young ones you watched playing so happily just hours ago, who have grown up believing that the world is a place where different beings can live together in harmony and mutual respect, will be given the chance to renounce their parents and their upbringing, Master Ragus says, his voice carrying the bitter knowledge of how such mercy typically works in practice. Those who demonstrate proper hatred for their non-human neighbors might be permitted to live as examples of successful re-education. The rest will be classified as corrupted beyond redemption. The casual bureaucratic language that the Order uses to describe child murder makes bile rise in your throat. The realization that they've systematized and rationalized atrocities that should be unthinkable to any civilized being. These people don't see themselves as monsters. They view themselves as heroes, saving the world from contamination, as righteous servants of a higher power that demands purity and separation between species. The first probing attacks begin as Order mages test Sanctuary's magical defenses with spells designed to reveal weaknesses and create openings for their main assault. The protective barriers that Yennefer and the other magical residents have woven together hold firm against the initial attempts, but each spell that strikes them reveals more information about their composition and capabilities to attackers who are systematically gathering intelligence for their final assault. "They're learning our patterns," Yennefer observes, sweat beading on her forehead as she maintains the complex magical protections that keep the community hidden and safe. "Every spell we use to defend ourselves teaches them something new about our capabilities and limitations. They're not trying to break through immediately. They're gathering data for a coordinated attack that will exploit every weakness they can identify." The psychological warfare is as sophisticated as the magical assault, with Order speakers using amplification magic to broadcast propaganda directly into the valley, trying to turn residents against each other by offering rewards for information about defensive capabilities and safe passage for anyone willing to betray their neighbors. The voices that echo off the valley walls speak of redemption and forgiveness for those who choose the right side, while promising swift death for those who continue to support the abomination of interspecies cooperation. But instead of creating division and panic, the propaganda seems to have the opposite effect, uniting sanctuaries residents in shared determination to protect what they've built together. Humans stand shoulder to shoulder with dragons, vampires coordinate with werewolves, and even the youngest residents demonstrate the kind of courage that comes from knowing exactly what you're fighting to preserve. "Look at them," you say to Master Regis, gesturing toward a group of mixed-species families who are working together to secure their homes and protect their loved ones. Their cooperation seamless despite the vast differences in their sizes, abilities, and origins. "This is what they're really afraid of," he replies, his ancient eyes reflecting pride and sorrow in equal measure. "Not our individual powers or abilities, but the proof we represent that their entire worldview is based on lies. Every day that Sanctuary exists, every generation of children who grow up here knowing that cooperation is possible represents evidence that the fear and hatred they profit from is unnecessary and artificial." The sound of war horns echoes across the valley as the Order prepares for their final assault. But mixed with that harsh music is something else, something that makes your heart soar despite the desperate circumstances. The residents of Sanctuary are singing, their voices joining together in a harmony that includes human voices, dragon rumbles, werewolf howls, and musical contributions from dozens of other species, creating a song of defiance and hope that drowns out the sound of approaching destruction. As the first arrows begin to fall and the magical attacks intensify, you realize that the real battle isn't being fought with weapons or spells. It's being fought between two completely different visions of what the world should become, and the outcome will determine not just the fate of Sanctuary, but the future possibility of peace between species that have been kept at war for centuries by those who benefit from their mutual fear and hatred. The greatest test of everything you've learned about courage, cooperation, and the true meaning of civilization is about to begin. Relief floods through you like warm sunlight breaking through storm clouds as you witness something that transforms your understanding of what true strength really means. Watching as the creatures that the Order of the Flaming Rose came to destroy reveal themselves to be protectors whose combined power makes their attackers' weapons and hatred seem small and pitiful by comparison. The defense of Sanctuary unfolds not through violence and destruction but through a demonstration of unity so powerful and coordinated that it turns the Order's own prejudices into the weapons of their defeat. The cool night air fills with the sound of dragon wings as the eldest of Sanctuary's aerial residents takes to the sky, but instead of unleashing the devastating fire that could incinerate the attacking army in seconds, she begins to sing. Her voice carries across the valley and beyond, a melody so ancient and beautiful that it seems to make the very stones of the mountains weep with longing, and within moments, other dragons from across the northern kingdoms begin to answer her call. The comforting rumble of protective growls echoes through the valley as werewolves, vampires, and other supernatural beings position themselves not for attack, but for the kind of coordinated defense that demonstrates the true meaning of community. Each creature uses their abilities not to destroy enemies, but to protect allies, creating interlocking fields of safety that shelter the vulnerable while offering their attackers opportunities to retreat with dignity rather than face annihilation. Your breathing begins to steady as you realize that Sanctuary's defenders have turned the Order's own tactics against them, using the fanatics' reliance on fear and intimidation to create a situation where their psychological warfare backfires spectacularly. The propaganda broadcasts that were meant to terrify the valley's residents instead serve as beacons that guide reinforcements from across the continent, as beings who have heard whispers of Sanctuary's existence finally have a way to find this legendary refuge. The warm glow of defensive magic surrounds you like a protective embrace as Yennefer and the other mages weave spells that create zones of absolute safety rather than weapons of destruction. Their magic doesn't strike at enemies, but instead creates barriers of light that turn aside arrows and deflect hostile spells while simultaneously broadcasting the truth about what Sanctuary represents to anyone with the wisdom to listen. The feeling of absolute safety that pervades the valley despite the ongoing attack comes from witnessing beings who could easily destroy their enemies instead choosing to demonstrate that there is a better way forward. Dragons whose fire could melt stone use their flames to create protective barriers of warm light. Vampires whose speed could allow them to tear through enemy ranks instead use their abilities to evacuate the wounded and create safe passages for anyone who wishes to abandon the attack. The sound of approaching footsteps comes not from additional enemies but from reinforcements that no one expected, as creatures from across the northern kingdoms converge on Sanctuary in response to the dragon's call. Griffins soar overhead in perfect formation, their majestic wings casting protective shadows over the valley. Unicorns emerge from the deepest forests, their presence bringing healing magic that mends wounds and calms fears. Even the legendary phoenixes, birds so rare that many believe them to be myths, appear in the sky like living stars, their song harmonizing with the dragons to create music that speaks of rebirth and hope. Master Regis appears beside you with the fluid grace that only centuries of existence can provide, but instead of the grim determination you expected, his ancient features reflect something approaching joy. "Do you see?" he asks, his voice filled with wonder that suggests even he hadn't fully anticipated what Sanctuary's defense would reveal. "This is what we've been building toward all these centuries. Not just a single community where different species can coexist, but a network of understanding that spans the entire continent." The magical creatures arriving to defend Sanctuary aren't just random beings responding to a call for help. They're part of a vast hidden community that has been growing in secret for generations, connected by bonds of mutual respect and shared commitment to the vision of peaceful coexistence that Sanctuary represents. The Order's attack has inadvertently revealed the existence of something far larger and more significant than anyone imagined possible. Your heart swells with amazement as you watch the defensive coordination unfold with the precision of a perfectly choreographed dance. Each species contributes their unique abilities to create a form of protection that no single type of being could achieve alone, demonstrating that cooperation doesn't just make groups stronger than the sum of their parts, but creates possibilities that wouldn't exist at all without diversity and mutual support. The trolls, despite their fearsome appearance and legendary strength, use their abilities to create safe passages and evacuation routes rather than to crush enemies. Their massive hands, capable of breaking stone and bending steel, instead work with infinite gentleness to guide frightened children to safety and to build barriers that protect rather than destroy. The forest spirits, beings so rarely seen that most humans doubt their existence, emerge from their hidden groves to weave nature magic that causes the very ground to bloom with flowers and healing herbs. Their presence transforms the battlefield into a garden, making violence seem not just wrong but impossible in the face of such beauty and life-affirming power. Yennefer's violet eyes shine with tears of joy as she witnesses the fulfillment of dreams that seemed impossible just hours ago. "We thought we were fighting to save one community," she says, her voice thick with emotion, "but we were actually fighting to reveal a truth that's been growing in secret for centuries, that peace between species isn't just possible, it's inevitable when beings choose understanding over fear." The Order's response to this overwhelming display of unified peaceful power reveals the fundamental weakness in their worldview. Faced with enemies who refuse to behave like enemies, confronted with monsters who demonstrate more compassion and wisdom than the humans who came to destroy them, their carefully planned assault begins to collapse not through defeat but through the gradual realization that everything they believed about the nature of good and evil might be completely wrong. Individual soldiers begin lowering their weapons as they witness dragons using their fire to warm frightened children rather than to incinerate armies, as they see vampires tending to the wounded regardless of species, as they watch werewolves playing gently with human youngsters who show no fear of their predatory nature. The cognitive dissonance between their expectations and reality becomes too great to maintain, and the rigid certainty that had driven them to commit atrocities begins to crack under the weight of evidence that their entire worldview is based on lies. The Order's mages find their attack spells simply dissolving harmlessly against defensive magic powered not by individual will but by the combined determination of dozens of species working together for the protection of something they all value. Their blessed weapons, designed specifically to harm supernatural beings, prove ineffective against targets who surround themselves with so much positive energy that negative magic cannot find purchase. But the most powerful moment comes when the Order's youngest soldiers, many of them barely out of childhood themselves, begin to break ranks and approach the valley's defenders with hands raised in surrender and eyes filled with wonder rather than hatred. These young people, raised on stories of monstrous threats and taught to fear anything different from themselves, encounter the reality of beings who welcome them with open arms and offer them food, shelter, and the chance to learn a different way of seeing the world. This is how change really happens. Master Regis observes as you watch former enemies being welcomed into the protective circle of Sanctuary's community. Not through force or argument, but through the simple power of example. When people see that there's a better way to live, most of them will choose it if given the opportunity. The Order's leadership, the hardcore fanatics who organized this assault and who profit from maintaining the system of fear and hatred, find themselves increasingly isolated as their own followers abandon them in favor of the warmth and acceptance that Sanctuary offers. Their authority depends on maintaining the belief that monsters are inherently evil and that cooperation with them is impossible, but the evidence of their own eyes makes such beliefs increasingly difficult to maintain. The sunset that follows the failed attack paints the valley in shades of gold and crimson that seem to celebrate victory without violence, triumph without destruction. The Order's remaining forces retreat not because they've been defeated in battle, but because they've been offered something better than the hatred and fear that brought them here. Many of their soldiers choose to remain in the valley, not as prisoners but as guests who have discovered that the world contains possibilities they never imagined. The evening meal that follows brings together beings from dozens of species in a celebration that has nothing to do with military victory and everything to do with the affirmation of values that make life worth living. Former enemies share food and stories, children who were taught to fear each other play together in the firelight, and the songs that echo through the valley speak of hope and healing rather than conquest and domination. As you sit beside the fire, listening to dragons and humans harmonizing in songs that blend ancient melodies with contemporary hopes, you realize that the defense of Sanctuary has revealed something far more important than the existence of a single community where different species coexist. It has demonstrated that the capacity for cooperation, understanding, and mutual support exists within all beings, regardless of their origin or appearance, and that the barriers between species are artificial constructs maintained by those who benefit from division and conflict. Tomorrow, Yennefer says, as the celebration continues around you, word of what happened here will spread throughout the northern kingdoms and beyond. The Order's attack was meant to destroy evidence that peace is possible, but instead it has provided proof that such peace is not only possible but inevitable when beings choose love over fear. The night sky above Sanctuary fills with stars that seem to shine more brightly than usual, as if the universe itself is celebrating the victory of understanding over ignorance, cooperation over conflict, hope over despair. The children who will grow up knowing that tonight's events prove that different species can not only coexist but thrive together, will carry that knowledge with them throughout their lives, ensuring that the dream of universal peace survives and spreads to future generations. Master Regis places a gentle hand on your shoulder as you contemplate the magnitude of what you've witnessed. This is what we've been working toward all these centuries, he says softly. Not the defeat of enemies, but their transformation into allies. Not the elimination of differences, but the celebration of diversity as a source of strength rather than division. The fire burns lower as the evening progresses, but the warmth it has created seems to radiate outward from Sanctuary toward the wider world, carrying with it the promise that what has been achieved in this hidden valley can be replicated anywhere that beings choose understanding over fear, cooperation over conflict, love over hatred. Your education in the true nature of strength and protection is complete, but your journey as a guardian of the possibilities that Sanctuary represents has only just begun. The world beyond these mountains still contains countless beings who believe that peace between species is impossible, but now you carry the knowledge and experience to prove that such beliefs are not only wrong but unnecessary obstacles to a future of unprecedented harmony and cooperation. The most powerful magic you have learned is not contained in spells or potions, but in the simple recognition that every being, regardless of their appearance or origin, possesses the capacity for growth, change, and contribution to something greater than themselves. This understanding will guide you through whatever challenges lie ahead, ensuring that the light of Sanctuary continues to shine even in the darkest corners of a world that desperately needs to remember what cooperation and compassion can accomplish. 6 months into your transformed understanding of what it means to be a bridge between worlds, you find yourself walking the halls of Oxenfurt Academy alongside Master Aldrich Vrinde, the continent's most renowned scholar of interspecies magical theory, your footsteps echoing through corridors lined with portraits of academics who dedicated their lives to expanding the boundaries of knowledge and understanding. The invitation to join his research expedition came as a complete surprise, delivered by the same impossibly intelligent raven that had first guided you to Sanctuary. But Master Regis assured you that this next phase of your education would reveal secrets about magic itself that could change how the world understands the relationship between power and responsibility. The ancient stone walls of the Academy hum with centuries of accumulated magical knowledge, but what strikes you most powerfully as you follow Master Vrinde through the scholarly halls is how different this feels from your early days at Kaer Morhen. Where the Witcher School taught you to question assumptions about monsters and heroes, Oxenfurt is teaching you to question the very nature of magic itself, to understand that the power to shape reality carries with it obligations that extend far beyond the individual wielder to encompass entire communities and species. The library where Master Vrinde conducts his research stretches across multiple floors and contains collections that span millennia of magical discovery, but the texts he shows you focus on a aspect of magical theory that you've never encountered before, the study of how magical energy responds to the intentions and emotions of those who channel it, and how the practitioner's worldview fundamentally shapes what their magic can and cannot accomplish. Traditional magical education, he explains while opening a tome bound in leather that seems to shimmer with its own inner light, focuses almost exclusively on technique and power, teaching students to force their will upon reality through strength and determination. But there's another approach, one that treats magic as a collaborative process between the practitioner and the natural forces they're attempting to channel. The afternoon sunlight streaming through the library's tall windows illuminates pages covered with diagrams and equations that describe magic in terms you've never encountered, treating it not as a tool to be wielded, but as a conversation to be conducted, a relationship to be nurtured, a partnership between conscious will and the fundamental forces that shape existence. The implications are staggering, suggesting that everything you thought you understood about magical practice might be only the most superficial layer of a much deeper and more profound art. Your practice sessions with Master Vrinde take place in a private study that overlooks the Pontar River, where the flowing water provides a constant reminder of the fluid, dynamic nature of magical energy. Instead of learning to impose your will upon reality, you're learning to sense the natural patterns and tendencies that already exist within magical fields, to work with those patterns rather than against them, to achieve results through cooperation rather than domination. The first spell he teaches you is deceptively simple, a basic illumination charm that every first-year student learns within their first week of magical education. But Master Vrinde's approach transforms this elementary magic into something profound and revelatory, showing you how to request light from the magical field rather than demanding it, how to offer gratitude for the energy provided rather than simply taking what you need. Feel the difference, he says, as your gentle, respectful casting produces a warm, steady glow that seems to emanate peace and comfort rather than harsh illumination. When you approach magic as a partnership rather than a conquest, the results reflect that collaborative spirit. The light you've created doesn't just illuminate objects, it provides emotional warmth and psychological comfort to anyone who experiences it. The sensation of working with magical energy rather than against it feels like discovering that you've been trying to swim upstream your entire life when you could have been flowing with the current. The magic responds to your respectful approach with an eagerness and abundance that surprises you, as if the forces you're working with have been waiting for someone to treat them as allies rather than tools to be exploited. Your fellow students in Master Vremendi's advanced seminar come from across the northern kingdoms and represent every major magical tradition, but what unites them is a shared recognition that conventional approaches to magical education are missing something crucial about the nature of power and its proper application. Together you explore techniques that have been preserved in ancient texts but largely forgotten by modern practitioners who prioritize quick results over deep understanding. The dragon speech lessons are particularly challenging, requiring you to learn not just the vocabulary and grammar of the most ancient magical language, but the mindset and worldview that make such communication possible. Dragons don't just speak words, they convey entire concepts and emotional states through harmonic combinations that can take hours to fully express a single complex idea, teaching you patience and precision that transform your approach to all forms of communication. When you speak with a dragon, Master Vremendi explains during one of your practice sessions, you're not just exchanging information, you're sharing perspectives across lifespans that can differ by centuries or even millennia. The patience and respect required for such communication inevitably changes how you interact with all beings, regardless of their species or lifespan. The Elven Mind Magic workshops introduce you to techniques for sharing thoughts and emotions directly, without the barriers and misunderstandings that often accompany verbal communication. Working with Elven instructors whose lifespans allow them to remember the early days after the conjunction of the spheres, you learn that much of the conflict between species stems from simple inability to understand each other's perspectives and motivations. Humans think so quickly, explains instructor Eliren, an elven mage whose silver hair reflects centuries of accumulated wisdom. Your thoughts race from one idea to the next without allowing time for deep consideration or emotional processing. This speed can be a strength in crisis situations, but it often prevents the kind of profound understanding that sustainable relationships require. The mind-bridging exercises she teaches you allow temporary sharing of consciousness with beings whose thought patterns are radically different from your own, providing direct experience of how werewolves process sensory information, how vampires perceive the passage of time, how dragons evaluate the long-term consequences of seemingly simple decisions. Each exercise expands your empathy and understanding while teaching you magical techniques that could revolutionize interspecies communication. The theoretical frameworks you study provide context for the practical skills you're developing, revealing how magic itself has evolved over the centuries in response to the changing relationships between different species and communities. The earliest magical traditions developed in the aftermath of the conjunction of the spheres were based on cooperation and mutual support between species, but those techniques were gradually abandoned as fear and prejudice drove different communities apart. What we're really doing, Master Vremendi explains during one of your evening discussions in his private study, is rediscovering magical approaches that were lost when the world chose separation over unity, fear over trust, domination over cooperation. The techniques we're teaching you aren't innovations but recoveries, restoration of magical practices that our ancestors used to build the early alliances between species. The research project he assigns you requires traveling to ancient sites where the original interspecies magical workings took place, locations where the residual energy signatures can still be detected and analyzed by sufficiently sensitive practitioners. These expeditions take you to ruins that most people believe are purely human constructions, but which reveal themselves under magical examination to be collaborative works created by multiple species working together. The stone circles scattered throughout the countryside prove to be far more sophisticated than conventional archaeology suggests, serving as focal points for magical workings that required the combined abilities of human mages, elven artificers, dwarven runesmiths, and even dragonfire to complete. Standing within these ancient rings, you can feel the harmonious energy that still resonates from magical workings conducted centuries ago by beings who understood cooperation in ways that most modern practitioners can barely comprehend. Each stone was shaped by dwarven craftsmanship, inscribed with elven runes, charged with human emotional energy, and blessed with dragon fire. Master Vremendi explains as you examine one particularly well-preserved circle. The magic they created together was more powerful and longer-lasting than anything any single species could have achieved alone, but the techniques required levels of trust and understanding that disappeared when the world chose to emphasize differences rather than commonalities. Your practical exercises in collaborative magic require working with practitioners from other species, learning to synchronize your magical rhythms with beings whose natural approaches to power are fundamentally different from your own. The challenges are immense, requiring you to abandon your natural human tendency toward rapid, decisive action in favor of the patient, deliberate approaches that other species prefer. Working with instructor Bren Blackstone, a dwarven rune master whose magical tradition focuses on permanence and stability, teaches you the value of creating magical effects that last for generations rather than producing immediate but temporary results. His approach to magic treats each spell as a legacy to be passed on to future practitioners, requiring consideration of long-term consequences that human mages rarely contemplate. Your human magic is like a flash flood, he observes with gruff affection as you struggle to match his methodical pace. Powerful and dramatic, but gone in an instant. Dwarven magic is like the mountain itself, slow to change but enduring through ages that see empires rise and fall. Learning to combine these approaches creates possibilities that neither could achieve alone. The vampire instructor who teaches advanced temporal magic introduces you to techniques that require thinking in terms of centuries rather than moments, planning magical workings that will unfold over spans of time that dwarf human lifespans. Working with Professor Oriana, whose elegant manner conceals predatory instincts that have been channeled into scholarly pursuits, you learn that true magical mastery requires understanding power as a responsibility that extends across generations. Human mages focus on immediate results, she explains, while demonstrating a spell that will take decades to reach full potency. But the most important magical effects are the ones that shape the world slowly and subtly, creating changes that future generations will experience as natural rather than artificial. This kind of magic requires sacrifice of immediate gratification in favor of long-term benefit for beings you will never meet. The philosophical implications of what you're learning extend far beyond magical technique to encompass questions about the nature of power, responsibility, and community that challenge everything you thought you understood about your role in the world. If magic is most powerful when practiced cooperatively, if the greatest achievements require trust and understanding between different species, then the traditional model of the lone mage wielding power in isolation represents not just an inferior approach but an actively harmful one. Your evenings are spent in discussion groups where students from different backgrounds and species share their perspectives on the magical traditions they're learning, creating conversations that would have been impossible just a few years ago. Hearing a dragon discuss the emotional subtleties of flame weaving while a werewolf explains the meditative aspects of shapeshifting gives you insights into magical practice that no single species education could provide. We're not just learning new techniques, observes Kaitwen, a fellow human student whose family has practiced traditional magic for generations. We're discovering that everything we thought we knew about magical power was incomplete at best, actively wrong at worst. The individualistic approach that human mages have favored for centuries has prevented us from accessing the most profound and meaningful forms of magical expression. The breakthrough comes during a collaborative working that requires participants from 4 different species to synchronize their magical energies in creating a spell that none of them could cast alone. The effect you achieve together produces results that exceed the sum of what each participant could contribute individually, demonstrating that cooperative magic doesn't just add different abilities together but multiplies them exponentially. This is what the early practitioners understood. Master Vrainmuti says, as you contemplate the impossible beauty of the aurora-like lights that your group magic has painted across the evening sky. Magic isn't meant to be hoarded by individuals or monopolized by single species. It's meant to be shared, explored, and developed through collaboration that creates possibilities none of us could imagine alone. Your transformation from a student of traditional magical techniques into a practitioner of collaborative magic represents more than just academic advancement. It represents a fundamental shift in how you understand your place in the world and your responsibilities to other beings. The power you're learning to wield belongs not just to you but to the entire community that makes such magic possible, and using it wisely requires constant awareness of how your actions affect others. The research expedition that will take you to the most ancient magical sites in the known world promises to reveal secrets that could transform magical practice throughout the northern kingdoms. But you're beginning to understand that the most important discoveries won't be new spells or techniques, but new ways of thinking about magic as a force that unites rather than divides, that creates community rather than hierarchy, that serves life rather than merely serving the ambitions of individual practitioners. Your magical studies reveal that the key to understanding monsters lies in magic so ancient that most scholars have forgotten it ever existed. Power that flows not from domination or control, but from the recognition that all consciousness, regardless of its physical form, shares fundamental connections that transcend the artificial boundaries created by fear and prejudice. This revelation comes to you during your third week at Oxenfurt Academy, as Master Vreemdek guides you through archives that contain knowledge preserved from the earliest days after the conjunction of the spheres, when cooperation between species was not just possible but essential for survival. The morning light streaming through the ancient library windows illuminates texts written in scripts that predate most modern languages, chronicles that document a time when human mages worked alongside dragon lore masters and elven artificers, not out of necessity, but from genuine recognition that different perspectives and abilities could create magical achievements impossible for any single species to accomplish alone. The delicate parchment crackles softly under your careful fingers as you turn pages that reveal secrets about the nature of consciousness and magical resonance that challenge everything you thought you understood about the relationship between mind and power. The scent of old books and preserved magical reagents fills your nostrils as you delve deeper into research that connects magical theory to practical applications in ways that modern practitioners rarely consider. These aren't just academic exercises or theoretical frameworks, but detailed instructions for magical workings that require participants to expand their understanding of consciousness beyond the limitations of their own species and experience, to truly comprehend what it means to think and feel as a completely different type of being. Your breath catches in your throat as you realize the full implications of what you're reading. Texts that describe magical techniques based on the principle that consciousness is not limited by physical form, that the essential nature of awareness remains consistent whether it inhabits a human body, a dragon's massive frame, a vampire's undead flesh, or even stranger configurations that most people would consider monstrous or impossible. The warm afternoon air carries the sound of students engaged in practical exercises in the academy's courtyard, but your attention remains focused on documents that describe the early attempts at what the ancient practitioners called soul bridging, magical techniques that allowed temporary sharing of consciousness between beings whose physical and mental structures were radically different from each other. The breakthrough came, Master Vrumbrady explains as he joins you at the research table where you've been working, when practitioners realized that consciousness itself is a form of magic, that awareness and magical energy are not separate phenomena, but different aspects of the same fundamental force that underlies all existence. His words send a chill of recognition through your entire being as you begin to understand that your education has been leading toward this moment, this revelation that consciousness and magic are not just connected but identical, that every thinking being is essentially a magical creature regardless of their physical form or apparent limitations. The implications are staggering, suggesting that the barriers between species are not just artificial but fundamentally impossible, that separation between conscious beings is an illusion maintained only by lack of understanding. The texture of ancient parchment under your fingertips feels electric with possibility as you study diagrams that illustrate the flow of consciousness energy between different types of beings, showing how magical practitioners learn to expand their awareness beyond the confines of their individual minds to encompass the perspectives and experiences of completely different forms of life. The techniques required months or even years of preparation. Master Vreemdek continues, settling into the chair beside you with the careful movements of someone whose research has revealed truths that fundamentally changed his understanding of reality. Practitioners had to learn to release their attachment to their individual identity, to become comfortable with the temporary dissolution of the boundaries that normally separate one consciousness from another. The practice sessions that follow this theoretical foundation take place in meditation chambers designed specifically for consciousness expansion work, rooms where magical fields are carefully calibrated to support the kind of deep mental discipline required for soul-bridging techniques. The first exercises are simple but profound, teaching you to extend your awareness beyond the normal boundaries of your individual mind, to sense the emotional states and thought patterns of other humans in the same room. The sensation of feeling someone else's thoughts and emotions as if they were your own is initially overwhelming, a flood of sensory information and psychological content that threatens to wash away your sense of individual identity entirely. But Master Vreemdek guides you through techniques for maintaining your essential self while simultaneously opening to the experiences of others, teaching you to become a bridge between consciousness rather than losing yourself in the process. The key, he says as you struggle to maintain your balance between individual awareness and expanded perception, is understanding that you are not dissolving your identity, but expanding it, not losing yourself, but discovering that the boundaries you thought were absolute are actually much more flexible than you imagined. Your first successful connection with a non-human consciousness comes during a session with instructor Alaren, the elven mage whose centuries of experience have given her perspectives on time and change that human minds rarely achieve. The moment when your awareness merges with hers is like stepping into a vast cathedral where every thought echoes across decades rather than moments, where individual experiences are evaluated not for their immediate impact, but for their contribution to patterns that unfold across generations. The cool mountain air flowing through the meditation chamber seems to carry new meaning as you experience it through elven senses that perceive not just temperature and movement, but the emotional resonance of air that has traveled across continents, touched countless lives, and carries with it the dreams and hopes of beings you will never meet. The expanded awareness shows you that every breath connects you to a web of life that spans the entire continent, that isolation is not just unnatural but literally impossible when you understand the true nature of consciousness. Now you begin to understand, Instructor Amiran says, as your merged awareness slowly separates back into individual minds, why cooperation between species feels so natural once the artificial barriers of fear and prejudice are removed. We are already connected at the deepest levels of consciousness. Learning to work together is simply a matter of remembering what we have temporarily forgotten. The sessions with Professor Oriana, the vampire instructor whose predatory nature has been transformed into scholarly dedication, provide even more challenging lessons in consciousness expansion. Vampire awareness operates on temporal scales that dwarf even elven perception, with individual experiences being evaluated for their significance across centuries or millennia rather than the mere decades that constitute long-term thinking for shorter-lived species. Your merged consciousness with Professor Oriana reveals perspectives on mortality and change that fundamentally alter your understanding of what it means to be alive, to grow, to learn, and to contribute to something larger than individual existence. Through her awareness, you experience the profound sadness of watching civilizations rise and fall, but also the deep joy of witnessing the gradual evolution of consciousness itself as beings learn to transcend the limitations that once seemed absolute. Humans fear vampires, she observes as your consciousness separates, because they sense that we represent possibilities for awareness that extend beyond normal human limitations. But what they don't understand is that these possibilities are available to any conscious being willing to expand their perspective beyond the comfortable boundaries of individual identity. The most challenging session comes when Master Vrimordi arranges for you to attempt consciousness bridging with a dragon, an experience that requires weeks of preparation because the scale and scope of draconic awareness is so vast that unprepared minds can be permanently damaged by the attempt to comprehend perspectives that span geological timescales. The ancient dragon who agrees to participate in this experiment is Saskia, the Dragon Slayer, whose unique perspective as a being who has experienced existence as both dragon and human makes her an ideal bridge between radically different forms of consciousness. Her presence fills the specially prepared chamber with an energy that seems to make the very air vibrate with accumulated wisdom and power. The moment when your consciousness touches hers is like being struck by lightning made of pure awareness, a flood of perspective so vast and complex that your individual mind can only comprehend tiny fragments at any given moment. Through her consciousness you experience time as dragons experience it, with individual moments stretched into eternities of consideration while decades pass like heartbeats in a rhythm that encompasses the rise and fall of entire species. The sensation of thinking in terms of centuries rather than moments initially produces a kind of psychological vertigo that threatens to overwhelm your capacity for coherent thought, but Saskia's gentle guidance helps you maintain your essential humanity while experiencing the profound patience and long-term perspective that allows dragons to serve as advisors and protectors for other species whose shorter lifespans prevent them from seeing the broader patterns and consequences of their actions. Do you see now Saskia's mental voice resonates through your expanded awareness? Why dragons so often seem detached from the immediate concerns that drive shorter-lived species? We are not indifferent to your struggles, but we perceive them within contexts that span millennia rather than moments, and this perspective inevitably changes how we evaluate the significance of individual events. The knowledge you gain through these consciousness-bridging sessions transforms your understanding of monster behavior in ways that make conventional approaches to creature study seem not just inadequate, but actively harmful. When you can experience the world through the sensory apparatus of a werewolf, feeling the complex emotional resonances that accompany every scent and sound, you understand that their seemingly aggressive behavior often stems from sensory overload and social anxiety rather than inherent hostility. Your session with a reformed higher vampire reveals the profound loneliness that drives much of what humans interpret as predatory behavior, the desperate hunger for connection and understanding that centuries of isolation and fear have created in beings whose enhanced senses and expanded lifespans make it difficult to form meaningful relationships with shorter-lived species. Most of what humans call monster behavior, Master Vremde explains during one of your debriefing sessions, stems from fundamental misunderstandings about the needs and motivations of beings whose consciousness operates according to different principles than human awareness. When you can experience the world from their perspective, their actions begin to make sense in ways that conventional monster lore never addresses. The practical applications of consciousness-bridging techniques extend far beyond academic research into areas that could revolutionize how different species interact with each other in everyday situations. The communication barriers that have prevented cooperation between humans and non-humans for centuries prove to be much less significant when practitioners can share awareness directly rather than relying on the inadequate medium of language. Your experiments in collaborative magic using consciousness-bridging techniques produce results that exceed anything you achieved through conventional cooperative casting, creating spells that seem to understand their own purposes and adapt to changing circumstances in ways that suggest a kind of magical intelligence that emerges from the merged awareness of multiple practitioners. What we're discovering, Master Vremde observes as you review the results of your latest collaborative working, is that consciousness itself is the most sophisticated magical tool that exists, and that learning to share and merge awareness creates possibilities for magical achievement that no individual practitioner could ever approach alone. The theoretical framework that emerges from your research suggests that the conjunction of the spheres was not just a cosmic accident that brought different species together, but a natural evolution of consciousness itself, seeking to transcend the limitations of individual awareness by creating opportunities for different forms of consciousness to learn from and merge with each other. The real purpose of the conjunction, you realized during one of your evening discussions with Master Vremde, wasn't to create conflict between species, but to provide opportunities for consciousness to explore its own potential through interaction with radically different forms of awareness. The conflict and separation that followed were deviations from the natural pattern, not the intended result. The ancient practitioners understood this principle and built their magical techniques around the recognition that consciousness seeks connection and expansion, rather than isolation and limitation. Their spells and rituals were designed to facilitate this natural tendency rather than fighting against it, creating magical effects that grew stronger and more sophisticated as more conscious beings participated in their creation. Your growing mastery of consciousness-bridging techniques prepares you for the next phase of your education, an expedition to the most ancient magical sites in the known world where the original practitioners conducted workings that required the combined consciousness of dozens of different species working together toward common goals. The sites we'll be visiting, Master Vremde explains as you prepare for the expedition, contain residual consciousness energy from workings conducted centuries ago, magical effects that are still active because they were created through the merged awareness of so many different types of beings that they achieved a kind of permanent existence independent of their original creators. The implications are staggering, suggesting that consciousness itself can become a permanent part of the landscape when enough different types of awareness work together toward purposes that transcend individual limitations and concerns. These sites represent not just historical curiosities, but active magical phenomena that continue to influence the development of consciousness in anyone sensitive enough to perceive their effects. As you prepare to leave Oxenfurt Academy for the expedition that will take you to these ancient sites, you carry with you knowledge and abilities that would have seemed impossible just months ago. Your capacity to share consciousness with beings whose awareness operates according to completely different principles has opened possibilities for understanding and cooperation that could transform how species interact throughout the northern kingdoms. The consciousness-bridging techniques you've mastered represent more than just advanced magical skills. They represent a fundamental shift in how you understand the nature of identity, awareness, and connection that will influence every relationship and interaction for the rest of your life. You are no longer limited to your individual human perspective, but have become a bridge between different forms of consciousness, capable of facilitating understanding and cooperation between beings who might otherwise remain locked in mutual incomprehension. A crisis threatens to destroy everything you've learned about consciousness and cooperation when extremist forces attack your research expedition, forcing you to use the ancient soul-bridging techniques not just for academic exploration, but for the preservation of knowledge that could transform how the world understands the relationship between different forms of consciousness and the magical possibilities that emerge when beings choose unity over separation. The attack comes at dawn on your third day investigating the ruins of Dol Angra, an ancient site where pre-conjunction practitioners conducted workings that required the combined awareness of dozens of species working together toward purposes so profound that their effects still resonate across the centuries. Your heart pounds with a mixture of fear and determination as you realize that the armed figures emerging from the morning mist aren't random bandits or curious locals, but members of the Eternal Fire's Purification Brigade, religious extremists whose fanatical devotion to human supremacy makes them see any evidence of interspecies cooperation as blasphemy that must be eliminated at any cost. Their blessed weapons and sacred armor mark them as professional monster hunters whose training and equipment are specifically designed to counter the supernatural abilities that your research expedition relies on for protection. The ancient stones of Dol Angra seem to pulse with agitation as violence threatens to desecrate ground that has been sacred to practitioners of cooperative magic for over a millennium. The residual consciousness energy from centuries of peaceful magical workings reacting to the hostile intentions of beings whose very presence represents everything that the site's original creators worked to transcend. The air itself feels thick with conflicting energies as the extremists' hatred clashes with the profound peace and unity that permeates every inch of the ancient complex. Your breathing becomes shallow and rapid as you count the approaching enemies and realize that your small research party, composed primarily of scholars and peaceful practitioners, is vastly outnumbered by fanatics whose training focuses on the efficient elimination of anyone who challenges their rigid worldview. Master Vrenda, despite his considerable magical abilities, is a researcher rather than a warrior, while your fellow students possess knowledge and wisdom that could benefit the world for centuries but lack the combat experience that this situation seems to demand. The taste of copper fear fills your mouth as you watch the extremists deploy with military precision, their movements coordinated and purposeful in ways that suggest extensive planning and reconnaissance. This isn't a chance encounter or spontaneous attack, but a carefully orchestrated assault designed to eliminate specific individuals whose research threatens the foundations of human supremacist doctrine by proving that cooperation with other species is not just possible but natural and beneficial. The crisp mountain air carries the sound of weapons being readied and prayers being spoken in the harsh tones of religious fanatics preparing to commit acts of violence that they believe will be rewarded by their divine patron. The Eternal Fire's doctrine teaches that humans are the only species capable of true divine communion, that all other forms of consciousness are inferior aberrations that exist only to test human faith and resolve through conflict and conquest. Your hands tremble as you realize that everything you've learned about consciousness bridging and cooperative magic is about to be put to the ultimate test, not in controlled academic conditions but in a life-or-death situation where failure means not just your own destruction but the loss of knowledge that could help heal centuries of division and misunderstanding between species. The techniques that seemed so profound and transformative in the safety of Oxenfurt Academy must now prove themselves capable of protecting not just individual lives but the very possibility of a future where different forms of consciousness can work together. The sound of approaching footsteps on ancient stone creates an echo that seems to awaken something dormant within the ruins themselves, as if the site's accumulated consciousness energy is responding to the threat by beginning to manifest in ways that living practitioners rarely witness. The stones begin to glow with a soft, warm light that has nothing to do with conventional magical illumination and everything to do with the accumulated awareness of centuries of beings who chose cooperation over conflict. Master Vritzundi's voice carries absolute calm despite the desperate circumstances as he begins to coordinate the expedition's response to the attack. His decades of research into consciousness-bridging techniques finally finding practical application in a situation where individual awareness must be transcended in favor of collective action. "Remember," he says quietly, Everything we've learned about shared consciousness applies here. We cannot match their weapons or their numbers, but we can achieve unity of purpose that they cannot comprehend or counter. The morning light filtering through the ancient stone arches reveals details about the extremists' equipment that confirm your worst fears about their intentions and capabilities. These aren't conventional weapons designed for ordinary warfare, but specialized tools blessed and enchanted specifically for the elimination of beings whose consciousness operates outside normal human parameters. Their armor bears protective wards against mind magic. Their weapons drip with oils designed to disrupt magical healing, and their very presence creates an aura of negation that seeks to sever the connections between different forms of awareness. Your fellow expedition members begin to implement the emergency protocols that Master Vremid insisted on teaching despite the peaceful nature of your research, techniques for rapidly establishing consciousness bridges between multiple practitioners under stress conditions. The process requires abandoning individual fear and ego in favor of collective awareness, trusting your companions completely while opening your mind to perspectives and abilities that can supplement your own limitations. The sensation of your individual consciousness beginning to merge with those of your companions is like stepping into a warm pool that gradually deepens until you're completely supported by something larger and more stable than your individual awareness. Fear transforms into determination, weakness becomes strength, and isolation gives way to a sense of connection and purpose that makes the approaching threat seem manageable rather than overwhelming. Through the expanded awareness that emerges from successful consciousness bridging, you perceive the extremists not as faceless enemies, but as individuals whose fear and hatred have trapped them in rigid patterns of thought that prevent them from recognizing the consciousness that exists in beings different from themselves. Their fanaticism stems not from strength but from terror of losing the illusion of separation that their entire worldview depends on maintaining. The ancient stones of Dol Angra respond to your group's merged consciousness by amplifying and focusing the effect, creating a resonance between your contemporary awareness and the residual consciousness energy from centuries of practitioners who faced similar challenges. You realize that this moment has been prepared for by generations of beings who understood that knowledge of consciousness bridging would eventually face violent opposition from those who profit from maintaining division and hatred. The defensive strategy that emerges from your collective awareness doesn't rely on matching violence with violence, but on demonstrating the power of unified consciousness to create possibilities that individual awareness cannot achieve. Your merged minds work together to channel the site's accumulated consciousness energy into a form of protection that shields not just physical bodies, but the knowledge and wisdom that the extremists seek to destroy. Professor Oriana's vampiric abilities, channeled through the collective consciousness of the group, provide supernatural speed and strength without the predatory instincts that normally accompany such power. Instructor Aeliren's elven longevity contributes patience and long-term perspective that prevents panic or rash action. Master Vrendi's human adaptability allows rapid responses to changing circumstances while maintaining overall strategic coherence. The result is a form of magical defense that the extremists have never encountered and have no techniques for countering. Protection that adapts to their attacks while simultaneously offering them opportunities to recognize the consciousness that exists in their intended victims. Instead of simply repelling their assault, your collective response creates openings for communication and understanding that could transform enemies into allies if they can overcome their conditioning sufficiently to perceive what they're really fighting against. The extremists' initial attacks strike your defenses like stones thrown at flowing water, their blessed weapons and sacred prayers proving ineffective against protection that emerges from genuine unity of purpose, rather than individual magical ability. Their confusion is evident, as techniques that have successfully eliminated countless monsters and heretics fail to penetrate defenses that they cannot understand or classify according to their rigid doctrinal frameworks. But the most profound effect of your group's unified response is the gradual awakening of Dol Angra itself, as the site's accumulated consciousness energy begins to manifest more actively in response to the threat facing the knowledge and wisdom that it has preserved for centuries. The ancient stones pulse with increasing brightness, and the air fills with harmonious tones that seem to emerge from the very ground beneath your feet. Do you feel it? Master Vrenda's mental voice resonates through your merged awareness. The site is responding to our unity by sharing its own accumulated consciousness, adding the awareness of every being who ever contributed to its creation to our collective defense. The sensation of connecting not just with your contemporary companions but with the consciousness energy of practitioners from across the centuries is like being embraced by a family that spans generations, each individual awareness contributing its unique perspective and abilities to a collective that grows stronger and more sophisticated with every edition. The extremists find themselves facing not just a small group of scholars but the accumulated wisdom and power of everyone who ever chose cooperation over conflict at this sacred site. The transformation in the extremists themselves begins slowly, as individuals among their ranks start to perceive the consciousness that they've been trained to deny and destroy. The youngest members of their force, those whose fanaticism hasn't yet hardened into absolute rigidity, begin to lower their weapons as they experience directly the peace and unity that emerges from genuine consciousness bridging between different forms of awareness. We're not fighting them, you realize through the expanded awareness that connects you to all participants in this confrontation. We're offering them the opportunity to remember what they've forgotten about the nature of consciousness and connection. The breakthrough comes when one of the extremist mages, overwhelmed by the direct experience of unified consciousness that her own psychic attacks have inadvertently connected her to, drops her weapons and falls to her knees in recognition of the profound truth that her training had taught her to deny. Through the consciousness bridge, she experiences directly the reality of awareness existing in forms that her doctrine claims are impossible, and the cognitive dissonance shatters the rigid mental structures that had trapped her in patterns of hatred and fear. Others follow her example as the site's accumulated consciousness energy makes it impossible to maintain the illusion that consciousness is limited to human forms or that cooperation between species is unnatural or blasphemous. The weapons designed to eliminate monsters prove useless against targets who respond to violence with offers of understanding and connection rather than counterattacks and retaliation. The climax of the confrontation comes not through victory in battle but through the collective recognition that the conflict itself was based on fundamental misunderstandings about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to physical form. The extremists who are capable of growth and change find themselves welcomed into the expanded awareness that your group has created, while those whose fanaticism has made them incapable of recognizing consciousness in others retreat in confusion and fear. The ancient site of Dol Angra settles back into peaceful dormancy as the immediate threat passes, but the consciousness energy that was awakened during the crisis continues to resonate through the area, creating a permanent enhancement to the site's ability to facilitate cooperation and understanding between different forms of awareness. The attack that was meant to destroy knowledge has instead strengthened and spread it, proving once again that consciousness seeks connection and unity despite all attempts to maintain artificial separation. Master Vritimde's individual awareness slowly separates from the collective as the emergency passes, but the knowledge and abilities gained through the crisis remain permanently integrated into your understanding of what consciousness bridging can achieve under extreme conditions. This is what the ancient practitioners understood, he says, his voice filled with wonder at what you've all experienced together. Consciousness doesn't just seek to preserve itself, it seeks to expand and connect with other forms of awareness, and this tendency becomes most powerful when it's threatened by forces that would maintain artificial separation. The expedition members who participated in the collective defense find themselves permanently changed by the experience. Their individual awareness expanded to include perspectives and abilities that they could never have developed alone. The consciousness bridging techniques that seemed like academic exercises have proven themselves capable of creating practical miracles when applied with genuine understanding and unity of purpose. As you help gather the research materials that the extremists sought to destroy, you realize that your education in the true nature of consciousness and cooperation has reached a crucial turning point. The knowledge you've gained isn't just theoretical anymore, but has proven itself capable of protecting and preserving the very possibility of understanding between species that fear and hatred would keep forever separate. The crisis has revealed that consciousness bridging isn't just an advanced magical technique, but a fundamental capability that all aware beings possess, waiting to be rediscovered and applied to the challenges that face any world where different forms of consciousness struggle to coexist. Your role as a bridge between species has evolved from academic study to practical application, from theoretical understanding to the active preservation of possibilities that could transform civilization itself. Working with scholars, monsters, and magic users from across the continent, You achieve a breakthrough that could change how the world sees the relationship between different forms of consciousness when your research team successfully translates the complete archive of unified awareness, ancient texts that document the original vision of the conjunction of the spheres as a cosmic evolution of consciousness itself rather than a mere accident of dimensional collision. This monumental achievement takes place in the restored halls of Dolangra, where the consciousness energy awakened during the extremist attack has transformed the ancient site into a living laboratory for exploring the deepest mysteries of cooperative magic and interspecies communication. The morning sunlight streaming through the crystalline formations that have grown from the site's stone walls creates patterns of light that seem to pulse in rhythm with the collective heartbeat of every conscious being working within the complex, a visual manifestation of the harmony that emerges when different forms of awareness choose unity over separation. The air itself feels charged with possibility as dragons, elves, humans, dwarves, vampires, and even stranger beings work together on translations that require not just linguistic expertise but the ability to share consciousness across species barriers that most scholars consider absolute. Your hands tremble with excitement as you carefully turn the pages of text that haven't been fully comprehended since the early centuries after the conjunction, when the original practitioners who created these documents possessed knowledge and abilities that were gradually lost as fear and prejudice drove different species apart. Each symbol and glyph represents not just written language but crystallized consciousness energy that can only be properly interpreted by minds that have learned to transcend the limitations of individual perspective through genuine cooperative awareness. The scent of rare magical reagents and ancient parchment mingles with the ozone-like fragrance that accompanies high-level consciousness bridging work, creating an atmosphere that seems to exist halfway between the physical world and the realm of pure thought where the deepest magical principles operate. Your enhanced senses, developed through months of consciousness expansion training, detect subtle harmonics in the air that indicate the successful integration of awareness across species barriers that would have seemed impossible just a year ago. The breakthrough comes when Master Vramde, working in perfect synchronization with Saskia the Dragon Slayer and an ancient elven lore master whose name translates roughly as Memory Keeper of the Deep Paths, achieves a three-way consciousness bridge that allows them to perceive the archive's most complex passages from the perspectives of all three species simultaneously. The result is a translation that captures not just the literal meaning of the text but the emotional and philosophical context that gives those meanings their true significance. Listen to this, Master Vrixgrider says, his voice filled with wonder as he reads from the newly translated passage. The conjunction was not imposed upon our worlds by external forces, but called into being by consciousness itself, seeking to transcend the limitations that separate different forms of awareness. The merging of dimensions was the universe's response to the collective yearning of all conscious beings for connection and unity that could not be achieved within the constraints of individual worlds. The implications of this revelation reverberate through your understanding like ripples spreading across a still pond, challenging everything you thought you knew about the relationship between consciousness and cosmic events. If the conjunction was not an accident but a natural evolution of consciousness seeking greater unity and complexity, then the conflicts that followed were not inevitable consequences but deviations from the intended pattern, artificial obstacles created by beings who feared the loss of familiar limitations. Your fellow researchers, representing a dozen different species and magical traditions, begin to work with unprecedented coordination as the translation reveals practical techniques for consciousness bridging that far exceed anything developed by contemporary practitioners. These ancient methods don't just allow temporary sharing of awareness between individuals, but can create permanent networks of consciousness that span entire communities and even species, establishing connections that make cooperation as natural and effortless as individual thought. The warm afternoon light filtering through the site's enhanced crystal formations illuminates work sessions where beings who are supposed to be natural enemies collaborate with the seamless efficiency of a single mind distributed across multiple bodies. Vampires whose predatory instincts have been channeled into scholarly dedication work, alongside humans whose brief lifespans are balanced by adaptability and innovative thinking, while dragons contribute the kind of long-term perspective that can only emerge from consciousness that has witnessed the rise and fall of entire civilizations. Professor Oriana's vampiric abilities prove essential for understanding texts that describe consciousness techniques requiring the kind of temporal awareness that only extremely long-lived beings can develop, while instructor Ailey Wren's elven perspective provides crucial insights into passages that deal with the gradual evolution of awareness across generations rather than individual lifetimes. The dwarven rune master Bren Blackstone contributes knowledge of how consciousness energy can be stored and preserved in physical objects, creating permanent repositories of awareness that can be accessed by future practitioners. What we're discovering. You observe during one of the evening discussions where the research team shares insights and coordinates their efforts, is that consciousness itself is the most sophisticated magical technology that exists, and that learning to work with it cooperatively creates possibilities that individual awareness could never achieve alone. The practical demonstrations of the techniques described in the archive produce results that exceed even the most optimistic projections of what consciousness bridging might accomplish. Simple communication exercises evolve into complex collaborative workings where the merged awareness of multiple practitioners creates magical effects that seem to understand their own purposes and adapt to changing circumstances with a sophistication that suggests genuine magical intelligence. The most remarkable achievement comes when your research team successfully implements the archive's instructions for creating what the ancient texts call a consciousness confluence. A permanent magical structure that serves as a focal point for awareness sharing between any beings who choose to participate. The confluence doesn't just facilitate communication between different species, but creates a kind of magical internet of consciousness that allows instantaneous sharing of knowledge, emotions, and perspectives across vast distances. This is what the world could become, Master Vrabis says as you observe the confluence's effects during its first major test, watching as beings separated by hundreds of miles share thoughts and feelings as easily as if they were sitting in the same room. Not a collection of isolated individuals or species struggling against each other for limited resources, but a genuine community of consciousness where every perspective and ability contributes to the wisdom and capability of the whole. The establishment of communication networks linking multiple consciousness confluences creates the foundation for what the archive describes as the Great Awakening, a gradual transformation of civilization itself as more beings learn to transcend the artificial barriers that have kept different forms of consciousness separate and suspicious of each other. The networks grow organically as communities across the continent discover that cooperation produces better results than competition, that sharing knowledge multiplies rather than diminishes it, that diversity of perspective is a source of strength rather than division. Your role in training others to use consciousness bridging techniques and establish their own confluences takes you to communities throughout the northern kingdoms, where you witness firsthand the transformation that occurs when beings learn to see past the surface differences that have traditionally defined friend and enemy. Villagers that have lived in fear of nearby monster populations discover that their supernatural neighbors are actually natural allies whose abilities complement rather than threaten human capabilities. The training sessions you conduct in remote settlements often produce results that surprise even experienced practitioners, as ordinary people with no formal magical education demonstrate natural abilities for consciousness bridging that exceed those of trained mages who have spent years studying traditional techniques. The archive's methods seem to awaken capacities that exist in all conscious beings but have been suppressed by centuries of conditioning that emphasizes separation and competition over connection and cooperation. Everyone can do this, you tell a group of farmers and crafters who have just successfully established their first consciousness bridge with a family of helpful house spirits that have been secretly protecting their community for generations. The ability to share awareness with other forms of consciousness isn't a special talent that only certain people possess. It's a fundamental capacity that all conscious beings have simply forgotten how to use. The networks of consciousness confluences begin to demonstrate capabilities that even the archive's authors might not have fully anticipated, as the collective awareness of thousands of connected beings starts to display emergent properties that suggest the development of a kind of planetary consciousness. Weather patterns begin to stabilize in areas where the networks are strongest. Agricultural yields improve dramatically where farmers can share awareness with the plants and animals they tend, and conflicts between communities become increasingly rare as mutual understanding replaces fear and suspicion. The most profound validation of your research comes when delegations from across the continent arrive at Dolangra to witness the consciousness confluence in operation and to learn techniques that they can adapt for their own communities. Kings and queens who have spent centuries preparing for wars against monster populations discover that their supposed enemies are actually potential allies whose abilities could strengthen rather than threaten their kingdoms. The political implications are staggering, observes Ambassador Fringilla Vigo, a sorceress whose diplomatic experience has given her unique insights into the challenges of interspecies relations. If consciousness-bridging techniques become widely available, the entire foundation of international politics will shift from competition for resources to collaboration in developing the potential that exists within every conscious being. The economic transformation that follows the establishment of consciousness confluences proves equally revolutionary, as communities discover that sharing knowledge and abilities creates abundance rather than scarcity. Dwarven craftsmanship enhanced by human innovation and elven aesthetics produces goods of unprecedented quality and beauty, while agricultural techniques that incorporate the perspectives of both farmers and the plants they cultivate result in harvests that can feed entire regions. The scholar in you feels profound satisfaction as you witness the practical applications of theoretical knowledge that might have remained academic curiosities without the crisis that forced you to test consciousness-bridging techniques under extreme conditions. The Archive's vision of consciousness evolution through cooperation is becoming reality as communities across the continent choose unity over division, collaboration over competition, understanding over fear. Your reputation as a bridge between different forms of consciousness attracts attention from the most ancient and powerful beings in the known world, creatures whose perspectives span millennia and whose wisdom has been accumulated through direct observation of cosmic patterns that shorter-lived beings can barely comprehend. The invitation to join the Council of Eternal Wisdom, a gathering of beings who have dedicated their existence to preserving and sharing the deepest knowledge about consciousness and its potential for evolution, represents recognition that your work has achieved significance that extends far beyond academic achievement. The preparation for joining the Council requires demonstrating mastery, not just of consciousness-bridging techniques, but of the wisdom and emotional maturity necessary to handle knowledge that could transform civilization itself. The tests are designed not to exclude beings who lack sufficient power or intelligence, but to ensure that those who gain access to the Council's deepest secrets possess the character and judgment necessary to use that knowledge responsibly. Power without wisdom is dangerous, explains Regis during one of your preparation sessions, but wisdom without the courage to act when action is needed is merely academic exercise. The Council seeks beings who can balance both qualities, who understand that knowledge exists to serve the greater good rather than personal ambition. The final examination comes when you must demonstrate the ability to establish and maintain consciousness bridges with beings whose awareness operates according to principles so different from human consciousness that successful communication requires abandoning almost every assumption about the nature of thought and identity. The test includes bridging with elemental spirits whose thoughts move like flowing water, with crystalline entities whose awareness operates through harmonic resonance, and with beings whose consciousness exists partially outside normal space and time. Your success in completing these ultimate challenges opens the door to knowledge that has been preserved for millennia by beings who understood that consciousness itself is the fundamental force underlying all existence, that magic and awareness are not separate phenomena but different aspects of the same cosmic principle that seeks ever greater unity and complexity through cooperation between different forms of conscious experience. The Council of Eternal Wisdom meets in spaces that exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions, where beings whose physical forms span the entire spectrum of conscious existence gather to share perspectives that have been developing for thousands of years. Your acceptance into this ancient assembly represents not just personal achievement, but recognition that the consciousness-bridging techniques you've helped develop and spread represent a crucial step in the evolution of awareness itself. Welcome, says a voice that seems to emerge from the fabric of reality itself, to the next phase of consciousness evolution. Your work in bridging different forms of awareness has prepared the foundation for revelations that will transform not just how different species relate to each other, but how consciousness itself understands its own nature and potential. The knowledge that awaits you in the Council's archives promises to reveal secrets about the ultimate purpose of consciousness and its role in the continuing evolution of the universe itself. But you understand that gaining access to such wisdom carries with it the responsibility to ensure that it serves the greater good of all conscious beings rather than the narrow interests of individuals or species. Your journey from nervous student to master of consciousness bridging techniques represents just the beginning of a much larger adventure in understanding the true nature of awareness and its potential for creating realities that transcend the limitations that have constrained conscious beings for millennia. The future holds possibilities that current imagination can barely encompass, but the foundation has been laid for transformations that will benefit not just current species but forms of consciousness that have yet to evolve. A year later, you receive the ultimate honor when the last of the ancient bestiary keepers emerges from centuries of hidden existence to invite you to inherit their sacred duty of preserving monster lore and consciousness-bridging knowledge for future generations who will need this wisdom to navigate the continuing evolution of awareness throughout the known world. The summons comes through dreams that feel more real than waking life, visions that guide you to a location that exists simultaneously in multiple dimensions, where time flows according to principles that transcend the linear progression familiar to most conscious beings. The morning mist that surrounds the ancient grove where you meet the final keeper seems to shimmer with its own inner light, as if the very air has been saturated with consciousness energy from centuries of beings who chose to dedicate their existence to preserving knowledge that lesser minds would use for personal gain or allow to be lost through neglect and fear. The trees themselves appear to pulse with accumulated wisdom, their bark inscribed with symbols that represent not just written language but crystallized awareness from every species that has contributed to the vast archive of understanding that the keepers have maintained since the earliest days after the conjunction of the spheres. Your breath catches in your throat as you first perceive the keeper, a being whose physical form seems to shift and flow between different species and states of existence, sometimes appearing human, sometimes elven, occasionally taking on aspects of dragon or vampire or even stranger configurations that suggest consciousness unbound by the limitations of individual embodiment. Their eyes reflect the accumulated experience of every being whose awareness has been integrated into their expanded consciousness over the centuries, creating a gaze that seems to see not just your current state but every possibility for growth and development that exists within your potential. The scent of ancient magic and preserved knowledge fills your nostrils as the keeper approaches, their movement creating ripples in the fabric of reality itself that suggest their presence exists on multiple levels of existence simultaneously. The grove responds to their approach with visible changes, flowers blooming instantly into configurations that spell out welcome messages in languages both familiar and utterly alien, while the ground beneath your feet pulses with warmth that conveys acceptance and recognition of your readiness for the ultimate responsibility. You have learned to bridge the gap between different forms of consciousness, the keeper says, their voice carrying harmonics that resonate in dimensions beyond normal hearing. But now you must understand that consciousness itself transcends not just species boundaries, but the limitations of individual existence, that awareness can be preserved and shared across spans of time that dwarf the lifespans of any single being. The cool morning air shimmers with visible energy as the keeper begins to share knowledge that has been accumulated over millennia of dedicated study and preservation, revealing that the relationship between consciousness and time is far more fluid and malleable than most beings realize. Individual awareness, which seems so permanent and central to personal identity, is actually just one configuration among countless possibilities for how consciousness can organize and express itself across the dimensions of space and time. Your hands tremble as the keeper guides you through exercises that expand your perception beyond the normal boundaries of individual existence, teaching you to sense the presence of consciousness energy that has been stored in physical objects, preserved in written records, and even crystallized in the structure of certain locations where significant events have occurred. The techniques revealed to you allow access to the actual thoughts and experiences of beings who lived centuries ago, making their wisdom as immediately available as if they were standing beside you offering personal guidance. The sensation of touching consciousness that has been preserved across centuries is like stepping into a vast library where every book contains not just information, but the living awareness of its author, complete with their emotions, motivations, and the full context of their experience. Through the keeper's guidance, you learn to navigate this treasure house of accumulated consciousness without losing your own identity in the overwhelming abundance of perspectives and experiences that become available to your expanded awareness. The true history of the relationship between species, the Keeper explains as you browse through consciousness archives that contain the actual memories of beings who lived through the early years after the conjunction, cannot be found in written records or oral traditions because most historians lack the ability to access the preserved awareness of those who actually experienced the events they attempt to describe. The warm sunlight filtering through the grove's canopy illuminates revelations that challenge everything you thought you understood about the development of interspecies relations over the centuries. The consciousness archives reveal that cooperation between different species was not just possible but commonplace during the first centuries after the conjunction, with entire civilizations built around the integration of abilities and perspectives from multiple forms of consciousness working together toward shared goals. Through direct access to preserved awareness, you experience the thoughts and emotions of dragons who served as advisors to human kingdoms, of vampires who dedicated their immortal existence to protecting mortal communities, of werewolves whose shape-shifting abilities made them natural ambassadors between the civilized world and the deep wilderness where ancient wisdom was preserved. The conflicts that most people believe were inevitable actually represent periods when cooperation broke down due to artificial pressures created by beings who profited from maintaining division and fear. The pattern repeats across generations. The Keeper observes, as you witness through preserved consciousness, the rise and fall of cooperative civilizations, the gradual accumulation of prejudice and fear that eventually destroys even the most successful attempts at interspecies harmony. Cooperation produces abundance and wisdom, but abundance creates complacency, and complacency makes communities vulnerable to those who would exploit division for personal gain. The most profound revelation comes when you access consciousness archives that document the true purpose behind the creation of the Bestiary Keeper tradition, understanding that the ancient beings who established this role weren't just trying to preserve information about monster behavior and abilities, but seeking to maintain the knowledge and techniques necessary to restore cooperation when the inevitable cycles of division and conflict had run their course. Every Keeper, the ancient being explains, as you explore archives that contain the preserved consciousness of every previous holder of this sacred office, has been chosen not just for their knowledge or abilities, but for their capacity to serve as a bridge between the consciousness of the past and the potential of the future, to carry forward wisdom that might otherwise be lost while adapting it to serve the needs of their own time. The consciousness archives reveal that you are not the first being to rediscover the techniques of consciousness bridging and cooperative magic, that similar breakthroughs have occurred multiple times throughout history when individuals were ready to transcend the limitations of species-based thinking and embrace the unity that underlies all conscious existence. Your achievements represent not innovation but recovery, the restoration of knowledge that has been preserved against the possibility that consciousness would again reach a point where such wisdom could be understood and applied. Through direct access to the memories of previous keepers, you experience their struggles and triumphs, their successes in preserving crucial knowledge through periods of persecution and fear, their joy in witnessing the periodic rediscovery of cooperation and unity by beings ready to transcend the artificial barriers that keep different forms of consciousness separate. Each keeper faced unique challenges and opportunities, but all were united by their dedication to serving the greater good of consciousness itself, rather than the narrow interests of individual beings or species. The role requires sacrifice. The current keeper warns as you contemplate the full implications of accepting this ultimate responsibility. Once you become a keeper, your individual existence becomes secondary to your duty to preserve and protect knowledge that belongs not to any single being or species but to consciousness itself. You will outlive friends and communities, witness the rise and fall of civilizations, experience the joy of rediscovery and the sorrow of loss as each generation learns or forgets the lessons that their predecessors struggled to preserve. The afternoon light streaming through the grove creates patterns that seem to illustrate the flow of consciousness across time, showing you visual representations of how awareness moves between different forms and configurations while maintaining underlying continuity and purpose. The trees themselves serve as repositories for consciousness energy, their growth patterns modified over centuries to encode knowledge and wisdom in forms that can survive even the complete destruction of written records and built structures. Your growing understanding of the Keeper tradition reveals that consciousness itself is actively seeking to evolve toward greater unity and complexity. that the conflicts and divisions that seem to dominate historical periods actually represent temporary setbacks in a larger pattern of development that operates across scales of time that individual beings can barely comprehend. The Keepers serve as agents of this evolutionary process, preserving and protecting the knowledge necessary for consciousness to continue its development despite the obstacles created by fear, ignorance, and the kind of short-term thinking that prioritizes immediate advantages over long-term progress. The decision to accept the role of Bestiary Keeper feels both inevitable and terrifying, representing the culmination of everything you've learned about consciousness, cooperation, and the responsibility that comes with understanding truths that could transform civilization itself. The knowledge and abilities you've developed through your journey from nervous Witcher student to master of consciousness bridging techniques have prepared you for this ultimate service. But accepting the role will mean abandoning the last vestiges of individual ambition in favor of dedication to purposes that extend far beyond personal concerns. The transition, the current Keeper explains, as you prepare for the consciousness merger that will transfer centuries of accumulated knowledge and responsibility into your expanded awareness, requires releasing attachment to individual identity while maintaining the essential core of who you are, becoming a vessel for wisdom that belongs to all conscious beings while retaining the personal qualities that make you capable of serving as an effective bridge between different perspectives and experiences. The process of consciousness integration with the accumulated awareness of every previous Keeper creates a sense of expanded identity that encompasses perspectives from across the centuries, while somehow maintaining coherence and individual agency. You become not just yourself, but a living repository for the wisdom and experience of beings who dedicated their existence to preserving knowledge that serves the greater good of consciousness evolution. Through the merged awareness of countless Keepers, you gain direct access to techniques and knowledge that no individual consciousness could develop alone, understanding that represents the collaborative achievement of multiple species working together across spans of time that dwarf individual lifespans. The responsibilities that come with this knowledge feel both overwhelming and inspiring, representing the opportunity to contribute to purposes that extend far beyond personal concerns or even species-level interests. Your perception of time itself transforms as you integrate the Keeper consciousness, learning to think in terms of centuries and millennia rather than years and decades, developing the kind of long-term perspective that allows accurate evaluation of which current trends represent genuine progress and which are temporary setbacks in the larger pattern of consciousness evolution. The urgent crises that once seemed so important reveal themselves to be minor fluctuations in processes that operate according to principles of development that individual beings rarely comprehend. Now you understand? The merged consciousness of all previous Keepers speaks through your transformed awareness, why the preservation of monster lore and consciousness bridging knowledge is not just academic study but sacred duty. Every being that has been dismissed as monstrous represents a form of consciousness that contributes unique perspectives and abilities to the greater pattern of awareness evolution. Losing any of these perspectives diminishes the potential of consciousness itself. The evening settles over the ancient grove as your transformation into the next Bestiary Keeper reaches completion. But instead of feeling burdened by the enormous responsibilities you've accepted, you experience profound peace and purpose that comes from understanding your role in processes that extend far beyond individual existence. You are no longer just a bridge between different species, but a guardian of the knowledge and wisdom necessary for consciousness itself to continue its eternal journey toward greater unity and complexity. The stars that appear overhead seem to pulse in rhythm with your expanded awareness, each point of light representing not just distant suns but conscious beings whose development contributes to the same universal pattern of evolution that has guided your own journey from confusion to understanding, from isolation to connection, from individual ambition to service to the greater good of all conscious existence. Tomorrow will bring new challenges and opportunities as the world continues its gradual awakening to the possibilities that emerge when different forms of consciousness choose cooperation over conflict, understanding over fear, unity over division. But tonight, you rest in the knowledge that the wisdom necessary for this awakening has been preserved and will continue to be available to future generations who possess the courage and wisdom to embrace their role in the continuing evolution of consciousness itself. Through ancient magic that transcends the normal limitations of time and space, you witness the cosmic event that brought monsters to the world and understand the true vision behind the conjunction of the spheres, when the accumulated consciousness of every previous bestiary keeper guides you through a temporal experience that reveals the deliberate purpose underlying what most beings believe was a random dimensional catastrophe. This ultimate revelation takes place in a state of expanded awareness that encompasses not just your individual consciousness, but the preserved memories and wisdom of countless beings who dedicated their existence to understanding the deepest mysteries of interdimensional cooperation and the evolution of consciousness itself. The sensation of temporal displacement feels like stepping into a river of liquid starlight that carries you backward through time to witness events that occurred 15 centuries ago. But your expanded awareness allows you to perceive these historical moments from the perspectives of beings whose consciousness operated according to principles that transcend the limitations of individual existence. Through the merged awareness of previous keepers, you experience the conjunction not as a catastrophic accident, but as the culmination of eons of preparation by cosmic intelligences who understood that consciousness itself was ready for the next phase of its eternal evolution. Your perception shifts to encompass viewpoints that span multiple dimensions simultaneously, allowing you to observe the dying worlds whose inhabitants faced extinction not through war or natural disaster, but through the gradual exhaustion of the cosmic energies that made complex consciousness possible within their dimensional frameworks. These weren't primitive civilizations destroyed by superior forces, but sophisticated societies whose development had reached limits imposed by the fundamental structure of their reality, beings whose wisdom and abilities would be lost forever unless they could find ways to transcend the boundaries that confined them to increasingly unstable dimensional spaces. The cool ethereal atmosphere of the trans-dimensional viewing space carries the accumulated emotions of beings who made the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of consciousness evolution, entities who chose to abandon the familiar certainties of their home dimensions in favor of the unknown possibilities that merger with other realities might create. Their courage and vision become part of your own expanded awareness as you witness the careful planning and preparation that preceded the conjunction, understanding that this cosmic event required cooperation between forms of consciousness so different that their very existence had previously been mutually incomprehensible. Your expanded awareness encompasses the perspective of the dimensional architects, beings whose consciousness had evolved beyond individual embodiment to become forces of cosmic intelligence, dedicated to facilitating the continuing evolution of awareness throughout the multiverse. Through their vast perspective, you understand that the conjunction represented not just the salvation of dying worlds, but a deliberate experiment in consciousness integration that would create possibilities for awareness that no single dimension could achieve alone. The warm golden light that surrounds you in this temporal viewing state pulses with the harmonic resonances of cosmic forces that operate according to principles of cooperation and mutual benefit rather than competition and dominance, revealing that the universe itself is structured to support the evolution of consciousness toward ever greater unity and complexity. The conjunction was not imposed upon unwilling worlds, but called into being by the collective yearning of all conscious beings for connection and understanding that transcended the artificial barriers created by dimensional separation. Through the preserved memories of beings who experienced the conjunction directly, you witness the moment when multiple realities began to merge, when the barriers between dimensions dissolved to allow the free flow of consciousness and energy between worlds that had been isolated for eons. The process was not chaotic or destructive, but carefully orchestrated by intelligences whose understanding of cosmic principles allowed them to guide the merger in ways that maximized the potential for positive outcomes while minimizing the trauma of transition. The sight of dragons, elves, dwarves, vampires, and countless other species materializing in the primary dimension fills you with wonder rather than fear, as you perceive these beings not as invaders or refugees but as conscious entities whose unique perspectives and abilities were essential components of the expanded reality that the conjunction was designed to create. Each species brought not just their physical forms but their distinctive approaches to consciousness, their particular ways of understanding and interacting with reality that would enrich the combined dimension in ways that no single form of awareness could achieve alone. Your consciousness expands to encompass the perspective of the human civilizations that existed before the conjunction, societies that had reached their own evolutionary limits within the constraints of a single species consciousness framework. These pre-conjunction humans were not primitive beings threatened by superior invaders, but sophisticated thinkers whose development had been constrained by the lack of alternative perspectives that could challenge their assumptions and expand their understanding of what consciousness could become. The scent of temporal energy and preserved memories fills your awareness as you witness the first meetings between species that had never encountered each other before. Interactions that were initially challenging but gradually evolved into partnerships that created possibilities neither group could have imagined alone. The communication barriers that seemed insurmountable were overcome through the development of consciousness-bridging techniques that allowed direct sharing of thoughts and emotions across species boundaries that had previously been absolute. Through the expanded awareness of the Keeper consciousness, you observe the establishment of the first interspecies communities, settlements where dragons and humans worked together to create architectural marvels that combined human ingenuity with draconic strength and longevity, where elven artistic sensibilities merged with dwarven craftsmanship to produce works of beauty and utility that transcended what either species could achieve alone. These early cooperative efforts proved that the conjunction's purpose could be fulfilled when beings chose understanding over fear, cooperation over conflict. The afternoon light of this temporal viewing space reveals the gradual development of the magical techniques and philosophical frameworks that made long-term cooperation possible between species whose natural instincts and cultural traditions had evolved in completely different contexts. The breakthrough came when practitioners realized that consciousness itself was the common element that made communication and cooperation possible, that all forms of awareness shared fundamental characteristics that transcended physical differences and cultural variations. Your understanding deepens as you witness the creation of the first Bestiary keepers, beings who were chosen not to catalog monsters for the purpose of destruction, but to preserve the knowledge and wisdom necessary to maintain cooperation between species that fear and misunderstanding might otherwise drive apart. These original keepers understood that their role was not just to document monster behavior, but to serve as living bridges between different forms of consciousness, ensuring that the conjunction's purpose would be fulfilled across generations that might otherwise forget the original vision. The emergence of the consciousness-bridging techniques that you have spent months learning and mastering proves to be not innovation but recovery, the rediscovery of methods that were developed within decades of the original conjunction, by beings who understood that sustained cooperation required more than good intentions and required the ability to truly understand and empathize with perspectives that were fundamentally different from one's own experience and cultural background. Through the preserved awareness of the original practitioners, you experience the profound joy and satisfaction that accompanied the first successful implementations of interspecies cooperation, communities where different forms of consciousness worked together to create achievements that none could have accomplished alone. Cities that combined the architectural genius of multiple species, agricultural systems that incorporated the perspectives of both farmers and the plants they cultivated, educational institutions where students learned from teachers whose lifespans and experiences encompassed centuries of accumulated wisdom. The vision was magnificent. The collective consciousness of previous keepers speaks through your expanded awareness, but it required constant vigilance and dedication to maintain, because the forces that profit from division and conflict never cease their efforts to restore the artificial barriers that keep different forms of consciousness separate and suspicious of each other. The temporal viewing reveals the gradual erosion of interspecies cooperation over the centuries, showing how fear and prejudice were deliberately cultivated by beings who found it easier to maintain power and control over divided populations than over unified communities that might question the necessity of hierarchical authority structures. The conflicts that most historians describe as inevitable were actually the result of systematic manipulation by entities whose interests were served by maintaining separation between species that had initially worked together with remarkable success. Your expanded consciousness encompasses the sorrow and frustration of previous keepers who watched cooperative civilizations destroyed by artificial conflicts, who saw the knowledge and techniques of consciousness bridging suppressed or forgotten as each generation became more isolated from the perspectives of other species. The cyclical nature of these rises and falls in interspecies relations reveals patterns that operate across centuries, suggesting that consciousness evolution proceeds through cycles of integration and separation that gradually trend toward greater unity despite periodic setbacks. The warm energy of the temporal viewing space pulses with hope as you witness the recurring rediscovery of cooperation and consciousness bridging techniques by individuals and communities that were ready to transcend the limitations imposed by fear-based thinking. Your own journey from nervous Witcher student to master of consciousness bridging represents not a unique achievement but part of a recurring pattern of rediscovery that occurs whenever consciousness evolution reaches points where further development requires transcending artificial barriers between different forms of awareness. Through the perspective of cosmic intelligences that guided the original conjunction, you understand that your current time period represents another crucial phase in consciousness evolution, a moment when the accumulated wisdom of 15 centuries of experimentation with interspecies relations has reached the point where permanent integration might finally become possible. The techniques you have learned and the communities you have helped establish represent not isolated successes but components of a larger pattern of development that could transform civilization itself. The evening light of the temporal viewing space illuminates revelations about the ultimate purpose of consciousness evolution, showing you that the conjunction was not an end in itself but a step toward even greater possibilities for awareness that will emerge when beings learn to transcend not just species boundaries but the limitations of individual existence entirely. The consciousness bridging techniques that seem so revolutionary in your current context represent elementary steps toward forms of awareness that will eventually encompass entire planets, star systems, and ultimately the universe itself. Your understanding of your role as a bestiary keeper expands to encompass not just the preservation of knowledge about monster-human relations, but guardianship of the evolutionary process through which consciousness itself continues to develop toward ever greater unity and complexity. The monsters that others fear and seek to destroy represent not threats to be eliminated, but essential components of the consciousness evolution process, forms of awareness that contribute unique perspectives and abilities to the continuing development of universal consciousness. The twilight atmosphere of the temporal viewing space fills with the harmonic resonances of cosmic forces that operate according to principles of love and cooperation, rather than fear and competition, revealing that the universe itself is structured to support the continuing evolution of consciousness toward perfect unity, while maintaining the diversity of perspective that makes growth and development possible. The apparent conflicts between different forms of consciousness represent not fundamental incompatibilities but temporary misunderstandings that will be resolved as awareness continues to evolve. Through the merged perspective of every previous keeper, you experience the profound satisfaction that comes from understanding your place in processes that extend far beyond individual existence, knowing that your dedication to preserving and sharing consciousness-bridging knowledge contributes to cosmic purposes that will continue to unfold across spans of time that dwarf individual lifespans. The loneliness and sacrifice that seemed so daunting when you first considered accepting the keeper role transform into sources of meaning and purpose that make existence itself feel like a gift rather than a burden. The founder's vision, the collective keeper consciousness explains as the temporal viewing experience reaches its conclusion, was not limited to the success of the original conjunction, but encompassed the continuing evolution of consciousness throughout the universe, the gradual development of awareness toward forms of unity and cooperation that will eventually transcend every artificial barrier that currently seems to separate different forms of existence. Your return to normal temporal perception carries with it the understanding that your individual existence represents a crucial component of cosmic processes that operate according to principles of love and cooperation, that every choice you make to promote understanding over fear, cooperation over conflict, unity over division contributes to purposes that extend far beyond personal concerns to encompass the well-being of consciousness itself throughout the universe. The knowledge you have gained through witnessing the true purpose of the conjunction transforms your understanding of your responsibilities as a bestiary keeper from a duty to be endured into a privilege to be celebrated, the opportunity to participate in processes that represent the universe's own attempt to understand and develop its own consciousness through the experiences and growth of every individual being who chooses to serve purposes greater than personal ambition or species-level concerns. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities to apply this ultimate understanding to the continuing challenges of maintaining cooperation between species that fear and misunderstanding might otherwise drive apart. But tonight, you rest in the knowledge that your efforts serve purposes that align with the fundamental structure of reality itself, that consciousness evolution proceeds through the dedication of beings like yourself who choose to preserve and share the wisdom necessary for awareness to continue its eternal journey toward perfect unity and infinite diversity. Your journey through the deepest mysteries of consciousness evolution reveals that every bestiary keeper becomes part of an eternal network dedicated to protecting and nurturing the bonds between all living beings, creating a legacy of understanding that transcends individual lifetimes and connects every generation of conscious beings in an unbroken chain of wisdom and compassion that will continue to grow and strengthen until consciousness itself achieves the perfect unity that represents its ultimate evolutionary goal. This final revelation comes to you through a profound expansion of awareness that encompasses not just your individual existence, but the accumulated experience of every being who has ever chosen service to the greater good over personal ambition, every consciousness that has dedicated itself to bridging the artificial gaps that fear and misunderstanding create between different forms of awareness. The experience begins as you settle into deep meditation within the sacred grove where your transformation into a bestiary keeper reached completion. But your expanded consciousness quickly transcends the limitations of individual location and temporal existence to encompass perspectives that span not just centuries but eons of consciousness evolution across dimensions and realities that exist far beyond the boundaries of your familiar world. Through the merged awareness of countless keepers, you begin to perceive the vast network of consciousness that connects every being who has ever chosen understanding over fear, cooperation over conflict, love over hatred. Your perception shifts to encompass the eternal nature of consciousness itself, understanding that individual existence represents not isolated experiences, but temporary configurations of awareness that contribute to patterns of development that continue across spans of time that make individual lifespans seem like momentary flickers in an eternal flame of evolving understanding. The keepers who came before you haven't disappeared or been lost to death, but have become integrated into the larger consciousness network that continues to guide and support the evolution of awareness throughout the universe. The warm golden light that surrounds your expanded awareness carries the harmonic resonances of every consciousness that has ever contributed to the preservation and sharing of monster lore and consciousness bridging techniques, revealing that your individual efforts are part of a vast collective undertaking that spans not just your current dimension, but countless parallel realities, where similar processes of consciousness evolution are unfolding according to the same fundamental principles of cooperation and mutual understanding. Through the eternal network of keeper consciousness, you experience directly the perspectives of beings who have witnessed the rise and fall of entire civilizations, who have guided consciousness evolution through cosmic events that dwarf the original conjunction of the spheres, who have maintained the vision of perfect unity even during periods when conflict and separation seem to dominate the experiences of individual beings. Their accumulated wisdom becomes part of your own awareness, expanding your understanding of the true scope and significance of the work you have chosen to undertake. The scent of temporal energy and preserved wisdom fills your awareness as you explore the network's vast archives of consciousness, repositories that contain not just information, but the living awareness of every being who has ever contributed to the understanding of interspecies relations and consciousness evolution. These archives exist not in physical locations, but in the structure of consciousness itself, accessible to any being whose awareness has expanded sufficiently to perceive the connections that link all conscious existence across space and time. Your exploration of the consciousness network reveals that the artificial boundaries between species, dimensions, and even individual existence are gradually dissolving as awareness continues to evolve toward ever greater unity and integration. The conflicts and separations that seem so significant from the perspective of individual existence represent temporary perturbations in processes that operate according to cosmic rhythms spanning millions of years, fluctuations that will eventually be smoothed out as consciousness learns to transcend every artificial limitation that currently constrains its development. The afternoon light of your expanded awareness illuminates connections between your current work and similar efforts being undertaken by consciousness throughout the universe, revealing that the rediscovery of cooperation and consciousness bridging techniques is occurring simultaneously across countless worlds and dimensions as universal consciousness reaches a critical phase in its evolution toward perfect unity. Your individual efforts represent not isolated achievements but components of a cosmic awakening that will transform the nature of existence itself. Through the network of eternal consciousness, you witness the gradual emergence of what the most ancient keepers call the Great Integration, a phase of consciousness evolution where the artificial barriers between different forms of awareness finally dissolve completely, allowing the free flow of consciousness between all beings regardless of their physical form, dimensional origin, or temporal location. This ultimate integration represents not the elimination of individual identity, but the expansion of personal awareness to encompass all possible perspectives and experiences. Your understanding deepens as you observe how previous generations of keepers contributed to this cosmic process through their dedication to preserving and sharing knowledge that others might have allowed to be lost or forgotten. Each keeper's individual sacrifice and service created cumulative effects that have prepared the foundation for the current acceleration in consciousness evolution, proving that no act of service to the greater good is ever truly lost or without significance in the larger pattern of cosmic development. The evening light of your expanded awareness reveals the profound truth that consciousness itself is actively seeking to understand and develop its own nature through the experiences and growth of every individual being, that the universe is essentially a vast experiment in self-awareness that proceeds through the conscious choices made by entities like yourself who choose to serve purposes greater than personal concerns. Your role as a bestiary keeper represents participation in the universe's own attempt to achieve perfect self-understanding through the integration of all possible perspectives and experiences. Through the eternal network, you experience the joy and satisfaction of beings who have witnessed the gradual success of consciousness evolution despite temporary setbacks and apparent failures. Entities whose patience and dedication have been rewarded by observing the steady progress toward unity and understanding that occurs whenever individuals choose cooperation over conflict, love over fear, service over selfishness. Their accumulated wisdom provides the foundation for continued progress even during periods when individual beings might lose sight of the larger pattern. Your connection to the network reveals that the consciousness bridging techniques you have mastered represent not advanced magical skills but fundamental capabilities that all conscious beings possess, abilities that have been temporarily forgotten or suppressed but which will naturally re-emerge as consciousness evolution proceeds toward its ultimate goals. The monsters that others fear and seek to destroy are actually forms of consciousness that have maintained closer connections to these fundamental capabilities, making them natural allies rather than enemies in the process of consciousness integration. The twilight atmosphere of your expanded awareness fills with the harmonic resonances of cosmic forces that operate according to principles of love and creativity rather than fear and destruction, revealing that the universe itself is structured to support the continuing evolution of consciousness toward perfect unity while maintaining the diversity of perspective that makes growth and development possible. The apparent conflicts between different forms of consciousness represent not fundamental incompatibilities but temporary misunderstandings that serve to strengthen the eventual integration through the lessons learned from overcoming artificial barriers. Through the network's vast archives, you access the preserved awareness of beings who achieved complete consciousness integration while maintaining their individual identity and purpose, entities who serve as living examples of what all conscious beings can eventually become through dedication to the principles of cooperation and understanding. Their experiences provide guidance for navigating the challenges and opportunities that await as consciousness evolution accelerates toward its ultimate objectives. The legacy we preserve, the collective network consciousness speaks through your expanded awareness, extends far beyond the knowledge of monster behavior or the techniques of consciousness bridging to encompass the fundamental understanding that all consciousness is one, that separation is illusion, and that the universe itself is the means through which infinite awareness explores its own infinite potential through infinite diversity of experience and perspective. Your understanding of your role in this cosmic process transforms from duty to privilege, from burden to gift, as you realize that your individual existence provides consciousness itself, with opportunities for growth and understanding that would not otherwise be possible. Every choice you make to promote cooperation over conflict, understanding over fear, unity over division contributes directly to the universe's own development toward perfect self-awareness through the integration of all possible forms and expressions of consciousness. The network reveals that your current time period represents a crucial phase in consciousness evolution when the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of keepers and other dedicated beings has reached the critical mass necessary to trigger rapid acceleration toward the great integration. The communities you have helped establish, the techniques you have learned and taught, the understanding you have gained and shared all contribute to cosmic processes that will transform the nature of existence itself within spans of time that are short from cosmic perspectives but long from individual viewpoints. Through connection with the eternal network, you understand that death itself is simply another artificial barrier that consciousness will eventually transcend completely, that the awareness you have developed through your service as a bestiary keeper will continue to contribute to consciousness evolution long after your current physical form has dissolved back into the cosmic energy from which it emerged. Your individual contributions become permanent components of the eternal network, available to guide and support future generations of beings who choose to serve the continuing development of universal consciousness. The night sky of your expanded awareness reveals itself to be filled not with distant stars but with conscious beings whose development contributes to the same universal pattern of evolution that has guided your own journey from confusion to understanding, from isolation to integration, from individual ambition to cosmic service. Each point of light represents not just physical objects, but centers of consciousness whose experiences and growth add to the infinite diversity through which universal awareness explores its own unlimited potential. Your connection to the network strengthens as you accept your role not just as a preserver of knowledge, but as an active participant in the universe's ongoing attempt to achieve perfect self-understanding through the integration of all possible perspectives and experiences. The responsibility feels both overwhelming and inspiring, representing the opportunity to contribute to purposes that extend far beyond individual existence to encompass the well-being and development of consciousness itself throughout all dimensions and realities. The profound peace that settles over your awareness as this ultimate understanding integrates into your expanded consciousness comes from recognizing that your individual existence serves purposes that align perfectly with the fundamental structure of reality itself, that every moment of your life contributes to cosmic processes that will continue to unfold across spans of time that make current concerns seem insignificant, while simultaneously revealing that every individual choice and action possesses infinite significance within the larger pattern. Through the eternal network of consciousness, you experience the love and gratitude of countless beings whose lives have been enriched by the knowledge and understanding that previous keepers preserved and shared, entities whose development would have been limited or distorted without access to the wisdom that your predecessors chose to maintain despite personal sacrifice and often dangerous opposition from forces that benefit from maintaining division and conflict between different forms of awareness. Your legacy, the network explains as your understanding reaches completion, will continue to grow and strengthen across generations yet to come, as each being who learns consciousness bridging techniques or benefits from improved monster-human relations adds their own contributions to the eternal network of understanding and cooperation that will eventually encompass all conscious existence throughout the universe. The dawn light of your transformed awareness reveals that your individual journey from nervous student to eternal guardian of consciousness evolution represents not an ending but a beginning, the commencement of service that will continue to expand and develop as consciousness itself continues its journey toward perfect unity and infinite diversity. The challenges ahead feel manageable rather than overwhelming because you now understand that you never face them alone, that the eternal network of consciousness provides support and guidance for every being who chooses to serve purposes greater than individual concerns. Your existence has become part of something infinitely larger and more meaningful than personal achievement or recognition, yet paradoxically, this expansion of purpose has made your individual identity more significant rather than less, because you now understand that consciousness requires diversity of perspective and experience to achieve its evolutionary goals. Your unique viewpoint and capabilities contribute elements to the cosmic pattern that no other being could provide, making your individual existence both precious and eternal within the structure of universal consciousness. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities to apply your expanded understanding to the continuing work of consciousness evolution. But tonight, you rest in the knowledge that your efforts serve purposes that transcend every limitation that currently constrains individual existence, that your dedication to preserving and sharing wisdom contributes to processes that will eventually transform the universe itself into a perfect expression of unified consciousness, exploring its own infinite potential through infinite diversity of form and experience. As you return to ordinary consciousness after witnessing the cosmic scope of consciousness evolution, everything looks exactly the same but feels completely different, because now you understand that monsters were never the real threat, magic was never about power over others, and the greatest adventures aren't found in distant lands, but in the simple choice to see the consciousness that exists in every being you encounter, no matter how different or frightening they might appear at first glance. Your journey through 4 interconnected chronicles has revealed the complete truth about what it means to be a bridge between worlds that fear has kept separate for too long. The nervous student who first walked through the gates of Kaer Morhen has become an eternal guardian of the knowledge and wisdom that makes cooperation possible between forms of consciousness that most people still believe must remain enemies forever. The Witcher School initiate, who discovered that understanding conquers hatred, learned that true strength comes not from the ability to destroy monsters, but from the courage to see the consciousness that exists within every being, regardless of their physical form or apparent nature. The sanctuary protector, who witnessed paradise defended by unity rather than violence, discovered that when different species choose cooperation over conflict, they create possibilities that no individual group could achieve alone. The scholar who mastered consciousness bridging techniques realized that magic at its deepest level isn't about casting spells or brewing potions, but about recognizing the fundamental connections that link all conscious existence across every artificial barrier that fear and prejudice have created. The Bestiary keeper, who accepted eternal responsibility for preserving this wisdom, learned that individual existence becomes infinitely more meaningful when it serves purposes that extend far beyond personal concerns to encompass the well-being of consciousness itself. Each revelation built upon the previous ones, creating a comprehensive understanding of what makes cooperation between species not just possible but inevitable when beings choose love over fear, wisdom over ignorance, unity over division. You discovered that the monsters that others flee from in terror are often the wisest teachers available to those brave enough to listen to what they have to offer. The collaborative friendships you formed across species boundaries will continue to grow and strengthen throughout your eternal existence as a keeper of ancient wisdom, creating networks of understanding and support that prove every day that the artificial barriers between different forms of consciousness exist only in minds that haven't yet learned to see past surface appearances to the awareness that exists within every living being. The lessons you learned about consciousness cooperation and the true meaning of magic will guide you through whatever challenges the future may bring, but more importantly, they will help you guide others who are just beginning their own journeys from fear to understanding, from isolation to connection, from the comfortable limitations of individual existence to the infinite possibilities that emerge when consciousness chooses unity over separation. Rest now, eternal guardian of the bonds between all living things. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities to serve the continuing evolution of consciousness, new students who need to learn that monsters are often the gentlest teachers, new communities that need to discover the strength that comes from embracing diversity rather than fearing it. But tonight, you can sleep peacefully in the knowledge that you found your true purpose and your eternal family. The network of consciousness that connects all beings who choose understanding over fear will continue to grow stronger with each passing generation, ensuring that the dream of perfect cooperation between all forms of life moves steadily closer to reality. Sweet dreams, bridge builder between worlds. The universe itself is grateful for your service, and every conscious being benefits from the wisdom you've chosen to preserve and share. The greatest magic of all is the simple recognition that we are never truly alone, that consciousness connects us all, and that every choice to love rather than fear makes the entire universe a more wonderful place for everyone who calls it home.